Welcome to King Talk. We're diving deep into power dynamics, leadership, and incompetence using Machiavelli's controversial views to help us understand why incompetent leaders often rise to power. We've seen it in history and in modern times, and today we're going to unpack it all. So, y'all ready? I'll play this clip, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into the first set of questions.
Have you ever looked at someone in a position of power and thought, how on earth did they get there? We've all witnessed it. People who seem thoroughly incompetent rising to positions of authority while more capable individuals remain stuck in the shadows. Think of history's Emperor Nero fiddling while Rome burned, or more recently, corporate leaders like Elizabeth Holmes building a multi-billion-dollar company on technology that never worked. It's a pattern so common it feels almost deliberate. But what if it is? What if there's a twisted logic behind why the least qualified often end up with the most influence? Today, we're diving into one of history's most misunderstood political philosophers, Niccolo Machiavelli, and his brutal insights into why stupidity and power so often go hand in hand. But this isn't just ancient philosophy. It's a psychological phenomenon that shapes our world today, from corporate boardrooms to political offices. The uncomfortable truth: sometimes being smart is exactly what keeps you from gaining power. And understanding this paradox might be the key to recognizing the manipulative forces operating in our society, or even helping you navigate your own path to influence. In the 16th century, Florence, exiled from the political life he loved, Niccolo Machiavelli penned what would become one of the most controversial political treatises in history, The Prince. Unlike the idealistic political philosophers before him, Machiavelli wasn't concerned with how rulers should behave in a perfect world. He focused on how power actually worked in the real one. Everyone sees what you appear to be, few experience what you really are. This statement cuts to the heart of Machiavelli's thinking. He understood that perception often matters more than reality when it comes to acquiring and maintaining power. And herein lies the first clue to our paradox. Appearing competent is often more important than actually being competent. Machiavelli observed that rulers who display too much intelligence often create problems for themselves. Why? Because intelligence usually comes with certain traits that can be liabilities in power struggles, traits like nuanced thinking, ethical considerations, and self-awareness. Consider what happens when a genuinely intelligent person enters a power structure. They tend to see complexity where others see simplicity. They acknowledge limitations where others make sweeping promises. They question themselves where others project absolute confidence. In settings where bold assertion trumps thoughtful deliberation, these intellectual traits become handicaps. Look at the contrast between someone like Socrates, who questioned everything and was ultimately sentenced to death by the Athenian democracy, versus populist leaders throughout history who rose to power by offering simple, absolute certainties. Socrates' famous, "I know that I know nothing," wisdom made him a philosophical giant but a political failure. Meanwhile, countless leaders have risen by claiming they alone have all the answers. A controversial 2017 study from the Journal of Management suggested something that might make you uncomfortable. Intelligence correlates positively with leadership effectiveness only up to an IQ of about 120. Beyond that point, additional intelligence actually becomes a hindrance to leadership emergence. The researchers suggested that exceptionally intelligent people struggle to connect with and influence others who can't follow their complex thinking patterns. Think about that. Being too smart might actually prevent you from gaining leadership positions in the first place. Whether or not you buy into that study, it challenges us to rethink what kind of intelligence actually helps someone gain power. But raw intelligence isn't the only factor at play. If intelligence can sometimes be a liability in power games, what qualities actually help people climb the ladder? This brings us to a psychological principle that explains why we so often follow the wrong people.
Let's go ahead and get into it. Question for the panel. Have you ever looked at someone in a position of power and thought, how on earth did they get there? Why do you think the least qualified people sometimes rise to the top? And this is open panel, y'all.
Because they're controllable. Weak people all my life. This is the story of my life. That video just break down the story of my life. I run into this problem my entire life. I'm not saying I'm the most intelligent person in the room, but I've always been more intelligent than my supervisors when I've had jobs or my managers. Because one thing you can do, you can promote incompetent people. They'll do exactly what you say. They'll follow the letter of the law, whether it's right, wrong, indifferent. They don't push themselves outside the box to try things to be greater because they're cool with that little two-step. If they could stay in that box and just gradually get promotions or stay on that hamster wheel, that works for them. A lot of other people like me have to go into the entrepreneurial route because you don't quite fit in the structure of how we've been taught to acquiesce to rules and regulations. When we see something that doesn't work, we're like, hey, I have an idea. And they're like, shh. And, smart, intelligent people, they can't sit quiet for too long because if you see something is not working, you're going to eventually say something. And then you're going to look like the odd man out, the troublemaker, the person who always has something to say, the person who just can't ever get along, can't play fair, like the what was it, the God 720, when he told me if this was a boardroom, I'll get fired. I'm like, nah, bro, you got it twisted. But I'll leave it at that. I ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, this shit mirror that.
Oh, you got it, bro.
Now I was gonna say that shit kind of mirrored my life too, for the most part. Because I grew up thinking I just gotta be better than everybody, and then I'll get what I deserve. Then I realized that that's not really how life works, and you need relationships. You need to be able to build and climb and network and get. So like the last 7 years of my life, I spent trying to, and I haven't gotten it together fully yet. That not outshine the master quality in order to rise, because when you actually do something really well, it will make the other people who are in charge view you as somebody that can usurp them. And nobody wants to promote. Yeah, nobody wants to promote their successor. So what'll end up happening is they try and sabotage you, and if they can't, instead of them deciding that okay, well maybe we should work together, they'll get angry and try harder to sabotage you. And now they're invested in trying to sabotage you. One of the tricks I found to work around that was, even if the person is like dumb in your opinion, ask them to be your mentor. That way they can invest in your success as opposed to invest in your downfall, and you can give them the credit for anything you do. You don't really need the credit if your goal is to accomplish the task, but that requires you to take the ego back a step so you can sit in the shadows.
I can dig that. I can dig that. That's like really, you know what I'm saying, using their own power against them at that point. And I say, I agree with that, because it's like some of the less intelligent, like Will said, they're going to continuously just do what they're told. Whereas if you're more intelligent, you're always going to have questions. You're always going to question the authority. You're going to question, well, why are things this way when we could do things this way? Or wouldn't this be better? When they start seeing you trying to supersede whatever they got going on, now you're a threat. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's usually how I would say. And not only that, but they don't have the intelligence as well to know what they saying is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They can say a whole lot of fake promises, you know what I'm saying, that they can't keep, don't know how they're going to get there. But as long as it sounds good, yeah, you know what I mean? They're going to go ahead with it. So yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Oh, I think I'm gonna go ahead and start it off with giving a little pushback. If it's somebody that has risen to the top, they're at the top. They have to have some type of intelligence in order to get there, even if they are a pawn. You have to have some type of intelligence to even achieve that level of position. So I think what it really all boils down to is a person of course, intelligent, but are they intelligent enough to know how to use them either being likable or unlikable to their advantage? Because typically those are the two people that we see in positions of power in most cases. It's either somebody that everybody thinks is an asshole or someone that everyone thinks this is the perfect man to ever walk the planet. So I think that we're kind of doing a disservice. I definitely agree with what everyone is saying, but I think that we're kind of doing a disservice to the bigger picture and the fact that this person was even able to rise to the top, something that a lot of people will never achieve and never see.
I think that might be the polarization of like the strong man, that those opposite ends of the spectrum. But in the last clip we seen, I think he was speaking to, like, there are times when somebody rises not due to them being excellent. The times that you're talking about is with somebody where you can really appreciate the talent and skill level that it took for them to get there. Those is ideal. I would prefer to be in a situation where somebody just way better at me so I could really learn and listen. But if you do encounter the other type of person, that's part of the Machiavellian traits, is understanding how not to outshine them so you can still rise with them. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they got to lose. It just means that they can stop trying to make you lose.
Right.
Percentages of somebody starting from the bottom and making it all the way up is low. Most of those people in high positions are placed there. Nepotism. As for you getting along and getting up the ladder, I would reference Sun Tzu, emphasize the strategic value of appearing weak when one is strong. You never want to make someone feel intimidated that has the edge on you, but you know that you could do the job better than them. And what we fail as for ascending up the ladder is feeling that we could do something better and that person sabotages you. You have to play the slow game sometimes when you want to get to the top. Then there's others that are completely cutthroat. They'll do whatever, and they don't sleep at night. They burn the midnight oil how to get you up out of there. You could take it to street politics. If you want a corner, what wouldn't they do to get that corner? Understand? I'll drop it right there.
I mean, but that comes with that position, period. You know, regardless of what corner it's on, there's always, if we can acknowledge that everything in this universe is a polarity, even if you are this perfect person or you are the most qualified, there's still going to be someone that wants that position. So I think that's the case regardless if you're in that position.
That's not the fight though, Viz. The question was asked, how do you get up there? There's always going to be somebody that wants your position. There's always a young lion coming to take over an old lion's pride. It's like, how do you get there? How do you ascend to the top? How do you play the game slicker than the other person, while the person, when they find out that you tricked them, you're already on top. You're already surpassed them. How do you play chess while they playing checkers?
So I think there's a major difference in between the personality types of a person who wants power versus an intellect, right? People who are in power, they're more savvy than anything, right? And like a lot of gentlemen just mentioned on the panel, it's knowing how to move, knowing what to do, when to do it, and how to play the game. And they might not be book smart, but they'll know how to get what they want. They can sit there, scheme, plot, manipulate, and a whole bunch of other things that are more important to being able to get power. Once you learn how to control people around you, particularly through manipulation, it's you'll find it easier to get into power than a person who might be intelligent. They might know everything about whatever that company is that they need to run, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they are qualified to run it. They may not have the wherewithal. They may not have the in certain instances you need brute force. In certain instances you need to make hard decisions and you need to have no conscience to be successful. And they have that ability to be able to execute that. Whereas a person who is intelligent, might think twice about that. Sometimes people who are intelligent think a little bit too much about it. Sometimes they care too much about it. And that's a lot of reasons why you just won't see them in power most of the time.
I do want to add this to the conversation. Machiavelli suggests that appearing competent is more important than actually being competent. Do you agree with that? Have you ever seen people rise to leadership just because they look the part?
Facts.
I think
I
most
mean,
people.
you know, there's a slogan that they used to say was that you fake it till you make it. I mean, that was something that was always said back in the days. I remember hearing that all the time. But you know, it's funny we talk about this. I've seen a documentary on Bernie Madoff and how he rose to power by just his whole thing was a big con. Nothing was real about it. So I think it was you, Viz, was saying sometimes you gotta be smart. Yeah, this dude was very intelligent, but he did some shifty shit to try to get there. And that's what those people who we would consider less intelligent were willing to do. They were willing to do some shifty shit in order to get to where they gotta go. If that means, you know, taking their own kids out in the meantime, between time, they are willing to do that. You know, to make certain sacrifice just to keep on a certain persona of holding, you know, a certain name and making them look a certain way. I'll let it there.
I got a question for you, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree with you morally, right? Damn, my camera keep going in and out. I agree with you morally. If the person in goal is, if they only concerned about rising to power, like that's the only thing they actually care about, is it smart to allow morals to restrict you? Or would the smarter thing be to throw the things you don't really need to the side and then do whatever it takes to get where you want to get?
Well, I think it depends on the situation. I mean, so like I was using Bernie Madoff as a reference. Yeah, his cost him his freedom. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, over a period of time, it cost him his life due to his health deteriorating over a period of time. So if it's one of those situations, you better you better make sure your morals is in order and good standards, because if you know you got a different situation.
Bernie Madoff, an example. I don't know if everybody's familiar with it. He was the man that created the Ponzi scheme that was called Enron, right?
Enron, yeah.
He the largest Ponzi schemer ever, right? He literally had enough money that they could not have convicted him and extradited him. He kept running that play. And the people he was running the play on was the most powerful and rich people in America. So when they want somebody convicted of something, you going to jail. Now, had he run that play on the bottom 2/3 of America, he would have just walked away, similar to how the Sacklers or somebody else do, where they just pay a small fine for addicting half the country on opioids.
I mean, to me, he's clearly a very intellectual person. I mean, to be able to pull something off like that's not just some average Joe Blow. You know, even with a person being cunning, you have to be smart in order to be cunning for you to even understand how to use that situation. So I think realistically, when we look at people in positions of power, especially great power, your morals, in my opinion, have to be screwed in some type of way, shape, or form. You know, there's certain decisions that you're going to have to make that just may not add up to the morals that you have. But if it aligns with whatever is laid out, then you know you gotta go with it. Real quick, King Solomon, the story of the two women that brought the two mothers that came to him, and one woman had stole the other woman's baby and was claiming that it was his. And when they came to him, one lady said, "This my baby." The other lady said, "No, this my baby." And King Solomon was like, "Okay, bet. Let's cut them in half, and y'all both can have a piece of it." I'm more than sure that goes against his morals, but he was willing to stand on that in order to really find out who baby it is And if I do gotta cut this motherfucker in half, then it's just part of the process, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I think
killed
that
both
just comes
women.
with a position of power.
I think if he would have had to cut that baby in half, he would have killed both the women and spared the kid. But because he was just that smart of a guy. But when it comes to Bernie Madoff, maybe he was intelligent. And then again, he didn't have to be intelligent. You'll be surprised that you don't really have to be intelligent to get people to do what you want them to do. I own a sales company, and I recruit people. I'm about to go into a recruiting blitz this week. People come into my company and they be intimidated and they think, oh, I can't do this. Oh, it's a commission only field. It's business to business sales. And they feel intimidated because they may be equivalent to a geek off the street, right? They graduated high school barely, or maybe they didn't graduate high school. They got their GED. They didn't go to college. And now they're going to walk into establishments, businesses that have been around 10, 15, 20 years, maybe 30, 40, 50 years. Some businesses been around 100 years. They're going to ask for the head honcho at said company, the decision maker. They're going to try to get his or her time, present the product or service, and get them to sign up on the spot. Now, mind you, when these people sign up, they have to furnish information that's coveted. They have to provide their home address, their home phone number, cell phone number, their date of birth, driver's license, tax ID, social security number. They have to provide their business banking accounts, sometimes provide us with their statements. They have to do all of this stuff. And sometimes they even have to give us money right there on the spot, depending on what kind of equipment they want. And they don't know us from Adam. You're some random person walking into a business where this person who may have all the degrees or certificates, we may go into a doctor's office, a plastic surgeon. He or she obviously has accolades. They may have been acknowledged by the city. They may be who's who amongst people in the city. And you got this random Joe walking into their business trying to solicit this information out of it. And oftentimes we get it. So the person who's getting the information is a peon, don't even know our industry well. And I'll tell them, they try to learn our industry. And I say, don't try to learn our industry. Because if you learn our industry, you're going to have diarrhea of the mouth. You're going to try to give them so much information, thinking is helping them make an informed decision. People don't make informed decisions. People make impulse decisions. So if you can learn to impulse people, which is what I teach you how to impulse. If you can impulse and you can take control, you can become a millionaire. It doesn't matter what product you sell. It doesn't matter what service you sell. Unsuccessful people should try their hand at sales. And if you just come in with the mentality, well, I ain't got itch to lose, I'm going to just give it my all. I'm going to just talk as if I'm the man. Guess what? People gravitate to that bravado. They gravitate to that confidence. Incompetent people get promoted all day long if they know how to be confident. If you know how to be confident in your incompetence, you can fool people. You can con people. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is be diligent, deliberate, forthcoming to some capacity, and add some type of value, have some type of value proposition, a hook to get them in. And once they smell the bait, pull it away from them. We call it the takeaway close, right? People have FOMO, fear of missing out. People don't want to miss out. Jones effect people. When you see somebody else, why do all black kids want Jordans? It ain't because Michael Jordan was the best basketball player ever. Has nothing to do with Michael Jordan. Has everything to do with the cool kid in the school with the Jordans. So if you can make them think they're going to be like that cool kid if they get these Jordans, whether they the real Jordans or the knockoffs. Now, they may get the knockoffs and then get teased and realize, oh, I got caught. But in that moment, you can get them to take the bait. And so I think that incompetent people, if they have confidence and if they understand how to appeal to someone's nature, our greed. Yeah, you can get them to do anything. Madoff, I'll say this last thing, I'll end it. Madoff got all those people to do what he wanted them to do because they wanted to be rich. Even if they was already rich, they wanted to be richer. So he appealed to that nature. He made them think that he had the secret sauce. They didn't have to do their research because they did their research. They would have realized it was nothing there. It was a placebo.
Why would they do research when they had proven results? Because he was taking and giving returns that was unheard of. Like at that time,
that was the bait.
Yeah,
that was the bait.
Yeah.
He put something out there. They got their beak wet, and they just said, "I gotta taste that. I need some of that." And it can happen to any of us.
Like
we call that the underlay for the overplay in Chicago.
I do want to get Mark. I do want to get Mark and Rilla in there real quickly. But before I do, Will, remember you had started that live earlier, and I had mentioned about Myron Golden, right? And then maybe about a couple hours later, ran across pocket watching with what's his name?
JT.
Yeah, JT. He did a video about Myron Golden's brother, and then he also referenced Cam James, which actually did a breakdown about Myron Golden, which is quite interesting. He comes from a background in sales as well, and they were suggesting that he's out here scamming people as well, and he knows how to articulate well. He's has a lot of financial knowledge, but I agree with you. Like a lot of people, even in the space, you just be surprised how a lot of people just gravitate to the darnest things, and they have no idea what they are attaching themselves to. Like they don't have a mind on their own, and so they find their favorite, and then once they find their favorite, they just grab them, and they envy that person, wants to be like that person, and they sell them a dream, but they don't really realize that they're being tied into this whole scam. But go ahead, Mark or Rilla.
I'll yield to Rilla first. I believe he ain't been here in a while. Somebody said so. Let that brother go, and then I'll go after him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for you, by the way.
Oh, salute, King. Yeah, for the first question, why do some people that are not qualified get leadership positions? Conversation rule the nation, man. I mean, I won't add too much. The brothers have really kind of, spoken on it at length, but that's really what it is. When you think about, I was thinking from the political spectrum to corporate America. I think Will was building on it, and a couple of other people alluded to it. That confidence that you see those people in that position, it's not, to me, it's not even a matter of intelligence or incompetence or whatever. A lot of people that are confident in their position, whether they right, wrong, or indifferent, it's something about that confidence that people will gravitate towards, right? And then for me, a lot of times, and I tell people that are looking to move forward at where I work, right? It's not always about who you know, it's about who knows you, right? So positioning yourself, being in conversations, being visible, that's what these people in leadership positions do. They don't just come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They've been in the rooms, they've been politicking and networking, they've been shaking hands and kissing babies, you know what I'm saying? They've been greasing palms or whatever else they got to do to get in front of people. So other question you was asking, have you ever seen people rise to a position of leadership because they look the part? All the time. All the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I like where I work, I'm telling people like you don't get promoted, then you attain the attributes of a leader. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people that I see that get promoted, they're already showing up as that. You know what I'm saying? But the brothers have really kind of waxed poetic on it for a minute, and that was just my 2 cents. So I'll flip it over to Mark.
Yeah, I mean, what needed to be said has pretty much already been said. So I agree to the degree of, I think if we can get more granular with it, the debate on the word intelligence, which is simply the ability to acquire knowledge and apply a skill set. I mean, everyone, if you put it in that frame, has a degree of intelligence. It's just what type of intelligence do you possess? Some people do possess logistical intelligence and executional intelligence where they can go execute a thing. Some people possess the type of intelligence like we discussed, like a Bertie Madoff. They may have an ability to manipulate. They have a psychological advantage over people, or they've tapped in to a internal desire such as greed, and they've been able to manipulate that. So even on the subject of a guy like Myron Golden, he taps into people's religious beliefs and ties it into something that has absolutely nothing to do with religion, and people follow him blindly to this day. And I have nothing against the brother. I don't know him, but I done peep game on that a long time ago. He's not a person that if you look at him physically, you might underestimate him. I believe one leg is shorter than the other. He's not a person of a large stature, but he's tapped into the psyche of the individuals that follow him, this subset of society that are looking to achieve a certain thing. So I believe that people who have a certain level of psychological adeptness, or they have an aptitude for the psyche, those people are particularly dangerous when it comes to their ability to manipulate and play on the intelligence of others. So it's a tricky situation, man. You just got to guard yourself at all times. And the way you do that is to find out what type of tricks people are using. I read the 48 Laws of Power, not because I wanted to implement it, but because I wanted to protect myself from it. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just land it there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that hope is the most valuable thing that anyone can sell all throughout time. I don't know much about Myron, but I do know that self-help industry is huge. I know that there are a lot of people that abuse it and manipulate people to get, money, power out of them. However, I believe that a lot of the stuff that they say are things that people have been saying for generations, and those very things are also true. So I think that is not to take anything away from him, because I don't know, he may be manipulating people to con them out of money, right? But at the same time, he's still giving them gems that they can use to apply to life to achieve all of the things that they set forth. So I think that, and again, I'm more so like a in the middle approach or perspective to certain things, and I think for me that's one of those things.
You know the problem, if I may, for one moment, the problem with that, Viz, and I agree with you. I've heard many talks by him, and he has a lot of great information. I hate to keep using him as an example, but he's the subject at the moment.
Right.
But many people don't have the ability to make a delineation. They can't draw a line in the sand. They can't decipher between what do I need to take away and what do I need to leave behind. And I think that's done purposefully, as particularly in that industry. I spent 3 weeks with Les Brown in Miami, and I learned a lot when I was with him. And he taught me a lot about not disguising, because I don't want to put a pejorative connotation on it, but kind of disguising and hiding gems on the inside of what you're trying to get across. It's like putting the medicine inside the candy. You understand what I'm trying to say? So the gems are always hidden. They're always, it always seems esoteric. There's always some type of moral authority that someone kind of holds over you and dangles over you, no diddy. And it's done intentionally, and it's done in a manner where people who are not hip and have not been taught and might not be as psychologically advanced, I'm not giving myself credit because I had to be taught too, and who are not trained in that field, if you don't know what to look for, you will miss it, and you will become what Will talked about, is an impulse person. It's very tricky.
But I agree with that. At the same time, I think, is that a bad thing though?
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying you know what I'm saying? It could be wielded by the wrong type of individuals is what I meant to put on there as a qualifier. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. Because I was gonna say, but And of course, everyone has their own perspective on it. But even if we just look at religion or even just the Bible, a lot of the gems that's in there, it's not just put out, you know what I'm saying? Just it is placed in a very straightforward way, but it's also exhibited in a manner of where you have to think. And you know what I'm saying? You have to actually search for it, much rather than this just being given to you. And I think that's when you truly appreciate the gems, is when you can actually you search for it and it's not just handed to you.
All right, I got to run this next clip, and we're going to get back into it.
Have you ever noticed how the loudest voice in the room often becomes the most influential, regardless of what that voice is actually saying? This phenomenon has deep roots in our psychological makeup. In the 1990s, psychologists David Dunning and Justin Krueger identified what we now know as the Dunning-Kruger effect, the cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge dramatically overestimate their competence while genuine experts tend to underestimate theirs, aware of how much they don't know. The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool. Shakespeare captured this principle centuries before psychology gave it a name, but Machiavelli would have recognized it immediately as a fundamental truth about power dynamics. Modern research confirms this bias operates in leadership contexts. A 2020 study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that individuals who displayed overconfidence were more likely to be perceived as leaders by their peers, regardless of their actual competence. The appearance of certainty was more persuasive than demonstrated expertise. Consider figures like George Armstrong Custer, whose supreme confidence led to catastrophic military decisions, yet earned him rapid promotions and devoted followers. Or look at the tech industry, where founders who speak in absolute visionary terms often secure massive funding over more measured, experienced entrepreneurs. WeWork's Adam Neumann exemplified this. Despite a shaky business model, his unshakable confidence helped him attract billions in investment and a cult-like following. This pattern repeats globally. Japan's Masayoshi Son of SoftBank lost $70 billion on failed investments, while maintaining investor confidence through sheer force of personality. Russia's oligarchs rose not through competence but through connections and confidence during the post-Soviet privatization. Singapore, by contrast, built safeguards specifically designed to prevent confidence from trumping competence in leadership selection. In 2012, researchers from Stanford and the University of Houston found that narcissism, not competence, may be the strongest predictor of who emerges as a leader in unstructured groups. The groups led by narcissists didn't perform better. They just thought they did. Why does this happen? Our brains use mental shortcuts when evaluating others. Confidence signals competence. Decisiveness suggests clarity of thought. These shortcuts served our ancestors well in straightforward environments, but become problematic in our complex modern world, where genuine expertise often involves acknowledging uncertainty. This confidence illusion explains how incompetent individuals might initially rise to power, but there's something even more insidious at play, a mechanism that helps them entrench their position throughout entire organizations.
Do you think that sometimes smart people are left behind because they question everything and are too complex for others to follow?
I think 100%. As Will spoke about earlier, before this question even came up, it's funny that was already a subject earlier. 100% people do not want to be questioned. Leadership does not want to be questioned. They want to be followed. It's funny, in the video, he used the qualifier and he said, in unstructured groups, most of humanity is unstructured. Most of humanity is double-minded. They don't know themselves. They have no self-confidence. They have no sense of self-direction. They have no self-awareness. So the first sign of somebody having confidence or having a direction And if they're able to convince them that that direction is beneficial for them, even sometimes they don't have to, they can garner a mass amount of followers in such a short period of time, because most people just want to be led. They don't want to make their own decisions. And that ties down to people not wanting to be accountable for their results. Because in the end, once these individuals have to be capable, or if things go wrong, such as the Bernie Madoff, they're going to point the finger and say, Bernie did it. You did it. But they did it far before Bernie said one word. So that's the trickery of the situation, in my opinion.
You know, there's this saying that the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. It's not really true. I know we like to say it. When you like the tough bravado idea wants to think the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. And sometimes that's true. But a lot of times the loudest one in the room may be the weakest one in the room, but they can get the toughest guy in the room that can defend them. There's a lot of times that weak people or loud people know how to manipulate, know how to overpromise, even though they're going to underdeliver. And they can get people who are tougher than them to stand in the gap for them. There's plenty of people. I mean, manipulation is a powerful, powerful thing. You mentioned 48 Laws of Power. I have the book. I started reading it. Well, I started the audio book, but I stopped on like the 10th law. I didn't get through it all. I'm conscious to not dive too deep into it, because you have to have a lot of discipline to not use manipulation to your advantage, especially as a persuasive, confident, charismatic person. You know, it's very easy, especially if you're extroverted. It's very easy to be manipulative. And I don't think manipulation is a bad thing necessarily, but it can be used in a bad way. We all manipulate. And most of the times we're manipulating with the right intentions. And if you have a good heart, you're consciously aware, you should be manipulative, because manipulation is just like persuasion, right? It's a fine line. So you would never say, oh, a persuasive person is bad. Well, a persuasive person is a manipulative person too. They go hand in hand for the most part. But there was another point I wanted to make, that like he mentioned narcissism. Narcissists always think they're right. And a lot of women have a problem with confident men. See, people tell me this all the time. Will, you always think you right. I'm like, you damn right I do. I'll be a damn fool to make a point that I know I'm wrong on. What kind of idiot is out here knowing that they're wrong and making the point anyway? See, when I make the point, I think I'm right. Now, I may be wrong, but I think I'm right. Now, if you know that I'm wrong, you have to be able to articulate to me what is right. And if I'm a person who wants to seek knowledge, I'm going to back off of my stance. I'm going to realize that I am wrong. But narcissists wouldn't do that. Confident people will. A confident person will come to the conclusion, oh, thanks. I appreciate that. You just put me on game. And they'll change their stance because now they've been educated. A lot of women run into confident men and they get turned off by confident men because they can't distinguish between narcissism and confidence. If you run into a confident man and he's talking and it sounds narcissistic, work with him, go with him, see if what he says pans out. If it pans out, then he's not narcissist. He's not a narcissist. He's confident. He's aware. He's knowledgeable. He's wise. But if what he's saying doesn't pan out, give him another shot. If the second thing he so confidently, arrogantly boasts doesn't pan out, then you see a pattern. Now you're like, yeah, I got to get off this shit. This ain't making sense. I just want to throw that little 2 cents in there because I know if I have women watching, I want to tie the two together.
We had this conversation months ago when I was saying, like, I seek to be the best manipulator I can be. But I think people believe that entails being malicious, evil, or lying. when the definition of manipulation is just to navigate something in a skillful manner to get a desired result. And you can do that positively or negatively. So when I was saying it, I'm speaking from a stance of positive manipulation, like instilling confidence in somebody that they can complete a task that maybe they didn't feel that they could complete, or helping somebody navigate a situation where they might be depressed to the point they might want to self-delete. I will 100% manipulate you into trying to stay around. I'm gonna manipulate my kids' confidence into believing they can do things that are not of this world, right? I believe that there are two types of people the world happens to and people that happen to the world. I prefer to be a person that imposes my will to do the things I want and manipulate reality so that I get the desired results that I want. And I prefer to teach my children that same skill set. Because a lot of this stuff isn't coincidental. I think the people who end up in positions of power, unless somebody is manipulating them, they are also excellent manipulators, whether they know what they're doing or not. And that goes to the Dunning-Krueger effect. I think it gets harder the more knowledge you have, because then not only do you, this is where morality comes in and kind of messes you up. Not only do you not want to speak as confidently when you know all the information, you remove the ability to negatively lie. So somebody could try and sell something for your company, Will, and if they don't know that something is wrong, they can say it confidently, like, hey, we can take 17 orders and it's no problem, but it might be a law where they can only take 15. And if the person who knows everything about it and is confidently trying to sell, say, hey, I can't do the 15. That other person come in and say, hey, we could do the 17, no problem. And then on the back end, hey, we could only do 15, but they already got the contract at that point.
You know? Marcus, I'm definitely in agreement with you on the first part of that, and that's even to Will's point. I've always been confused as to why people had this gripe against the 48 Laws of Power. You know, of course, it's a book of manipulation, but just like Marcus said, everything is manipulation. So even with one of the laws being, like Marcus mentioned, is to not outshine the master. In the book, it gives an example of a man outshining his master, and the master jails him. So these are simply life lessons of how to go about life and deal with other people that's in the same world that you're in. So I never understood the pushback to people that, you know, that shunned or villainized the 48 Laws of Power. At the same time, I'll say this too, and not saying that you have fully villainized it, but in most cases, the people that do villainize it are usually people that are not in positions of power, and they'll probably never see it.
Let me touch on that real quick, because I did mention that I only got to, I think, power 10. I may be at 15, but I can't remember. I only backed off the book because my industry is there's a lot of shady people in my industry, and sometimes that line is so blurred that I was just like, you know what, I'm doing good, I'm rocking out. Maybe this book can take me over the hump, and maybe this book may lead me to a dark, shadowy place. So I just backed off. But
Yeah.
when you back off and you get your mind right, then you go back and you attack it again.
Right.
You attack it from the right mindset. No, I agree with you 100%.
I just wanted to add context when you said the loudest person in the room oftentimes is not necessarily the weakest room. The context of that is the person that's being loud is being ostentatious for no reason other than to mask their insecurities, or they're overcompensating for something. So in that regard, the person that is loudest often tends to be the weakest when they're speaking from that context. And then it's not until their metal is tested that you find out what they made of. Right. So to the question, my bad, I'm going through it. Do you think sometimes smart people are left behind because they question everything? No. No. I think the smart people, there's hierarchies. There's levels. Y'all say that there's levels to this shit, right? There's levels to leadership, right? So the smart people are often directed in some way within that hierarchy. the smart leader or the top dog or whatever, you see it in business, you see it in politics, they often surround themselves with people that are smart. Well, more times than not, surround themselves with people that are smarter than them on purpose, right? So it's not that the smart people are being left out. Maybe they're being left out of the top dog position because they question everything, they're overthinking, they're not willing to jump out there and take the risk, but they find their way within the organization to support in some capacity. I'm on mute.
All right. Let me just play this other clip. So I want to make sure I get through the clips and then we'll continue the conversation.
Machiavelli observed something crucial about power structures. Incompetent leaders tend to surround themselves with even less competent subordinates. In The Prince, Machiavelli wrote, "The first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him." What Machiavelli understood was that weak leaders deliberately select weaker subordinates to ensure they never face threats to their authority. This creates a cascading effect where incompetence becomes institutionalized. Dr. Toma Komoro Premuzic, an organizational psychologist, describes this as competence threatening. Insecure leaders feel threatened by competent team members who might expose their limitations or eventually replace them. Instead of selecting for talent, they select for loyalty and non-threatening personalities. Think of it as a competence drought that spreads outward from central leadership. In Emperor Commodus's court, capable administrators were systematically replaced by flatterers and entertainers, accelerating Rome's decline. In contemporary Brazil, the Centrome political system institutionalizes this dynamic, where incompetent political appointees secure positions through personal connections rather than merit. African nations like Zimbabwe under later Mugabe saw a systematic replacement of capable administrators with partisan loyalists, devastating economic consequences following. This creates what organizational scientists call homophily, the tendency of individuals to associate with similar others. In power structures, this means incompetent leaders create islands of incompetence around themselves, insulated from conflicting viewpoints and constructive criticism. Ask yourself, have you ever worked in an organization where asking questions was discouraged? Where raising concerns was labeled as not being a team player? These are symptoms of this network effect in action. Yet even knowing all this, we still find ourselves drawn to leaders who offer simplistic answers. This vulnerability helps explain why incompetence continues to thrive despite our best intentions.
Machiavelli said that the loudest voice often becomes the most influential, regardless of what that voice is actually saying. Do you agree with this in today's world? Does being loud and bold make you seem more competent?
Yes. It's so funny that you played that clip, Jay. I was literally about to say what that clip just said as far as like incompetent people. They promote incompetent people. Because if you are an entry-level employee and somehow you get promoted to manager, don't know how, let's say you're incompetent, you get promoted, and then somehow you get promoted to a regional or something like that because of nepotism, because you got a dirty secret on somebody, whatever. I don't know how you get promoted, but you got promoted. The last thing you're going to do is put smart people around you. You're going to put incompetent, you're going to keep the guy or girl who's below you in the position right below you. You will never put somebody in this position that's better than you because they will push you. I've used this example with women. I've told women in my family, like the women who are like very aggressive. I stopped calling women masculine. I started saying they have a masculine mentality. They like to get more docile men, and it keeps. I said when you're an aggressive woman or overly confident woman, when you get with a confident man, that confident man is going to push you to the brink. So you get a man who's more docile because he can't quite challenge you. It's the same in careers. You keep the people close to you who are good enough to perform a little bit, but not good enough to outshine you. Powerful people put smart people around them. Not like people in just high positions, they don't. If they're incompetent, they won't. But if you're powerful, you want people who are smarter than you, because all powerful people keep conference with people who are smarter than them, better than them, and they leverage those people. They use those people to do their bidding for them. I mean, the psychology of this is beyond a lot of people, because most people want to believe that everybody in a position of power deserves it and earned it, and that's just not true.
I would like to give pushback on that. So, left behind, too complex for others to follow. I know some of the, probably like 4 of the most intelligent men I've met in my life, and they work on a park bench in Washington Square Park playing chess. And a lot of the lessons that I got as for business and looking at certain things in different aspects came from those 4 men as they taught me to play chess. I think it's a pyramid. You never want somebody smarter than you on your level. You want smart people around you, but as depicted in those videos, you replace competent people with people that you could easily control, because they're easier to move around and do your bidding. When someone is able to get from being blinded into liberal thinking, they were like, maybe I shouldn't be under your umbrella. Maybe there's a different way. Maybe if I get these guys, we can get you up out of here and do a coup. We want people that can be leveraged easily, those that can be conditioned and don't challenge the status quo. That's why you have the pyramid that runs so seamlessly, like that Ponzi scheme that Madoff ran. He had everybody in position because that ran for almost 3 decades. That just wasn't a fly-by-night thing. So you had to have that aligned so that no one got out of order. You're successful if you run for 30 years. I'll land there.
I want to address, if I may, very briefly. Kenny and Will are both correct. I just think there was a conflation of the situation, a mix-up, right? What Will was saying is correct in the aspect of powerful people having what they call a mastermind group that they tap into, that push one another, that they consult and exchange ideas with. But those people are typically not in the same environment on a daily basis. And those people are typically not doing business with one another in the capacity where they have to answer to one another. They typically are all successful in their own right. They come together, exchange ideas, and they leverage one another to help each other elevate, but it's not too close because they're going to do this. And what Kenny is talking about as far as individuals, those same individuals that Will reference typically have their own structure and those type of people around them that Kenny spoke about that do their bidding and are typically just yes people, to keep it 100. When I look at all the mentors and people I know that are in successful positions, these individuals have a circle around them that they direct and never get questioned from. But they also have a circle of people who are either just as or more successful than them that they tap into, that help them get into rooms and situations that they otherwise wouldn't have had access to. And they leverage one another and they rise together almost as a unit. But that unit is typically not moving as a unit at all times, if that makes any sense. Just in my observation.
Yeah, that sounds like what they were saying earlier about Myron Golden, about some of the people he brought on to his show to speak, how they all into the same, they all have an understanding of the agenda that they're pushing and that they're moving. I just thought it was tripped out. I'm like who really is moving righteous? It seems like everybody has like motives and intentions, even, and they would even use the Bible to even.
You see it, man. Hustle. Come on.
That's the
Daddy
biggest.
rich.
That's the biggest thing they use.
Yeah.
Religion is the
from
biggest
early.
thing that's used. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's about. You feel me?
I want to give Mark a little pushback. Mark, that's not exactly what I was saying. I'm talking about like when you are a powerful person and you own a company. Let's say you own a Fortune 500 company. You're the owner, not the CEO. You're going to hire a dynamic CEO. You're going to hire a dynamic CFO. You're going to hire a dynamic COO, a dynamic CIO. These people are probably smarter than you, but they're not more powerful than you because you own the company. Think of Batman. He don't run his company. No, it's fictitious, right? But he don't own his company. You got all these big wiz, these smart, intelligent people surrounding him, insulating him, making decisions for him so he can go be a crusader, be a vigilante, and do what he do, right? Powerful people are not intimidated by your intelligence because ultimately power is the most powerful thing. And as long as you can't be manipulated, an intelligent person can never outdo a powerful person. Powerful people can take intelligent people off the board. It's hard for intelligent people to take powerful people off the board.
And I agree with you in that context, but also keep in mind, I'll use Steve Jobs as an example, who did surround himself with people more intelligent and people that were smarter than him, but their intelligence still had to be governed by a level of subjugation and acquiescence. And when they got out of line, he chopped heads. And everybody knew he was not the person you wanted to play with. So still, there's a level of, I will surround myself with these individuals, but if you try to usurp my throne or do some type of forced abdication trick, we got problems. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they all knew to stay in line. And actually his successor, Tim Cook, actually operates the same way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right now is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. If it's in that context, then we agree.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I do want to get Trev and Hink and the people that haven't been speaking. Trev, you got anything you want to add?
Yeah. Something that you mentioned a few moments ago when you were saying that are people doing things righteously. One thing that I've began to understand is that there's no clear definition of what righteousness is anymore. You know, like I always say, everybody is the protagonist in a movie called life. So you can't tell me that I'm doing wrong, right? You might believe in the Bible. Maybe I don't, right? You might believe in the Quran. Maybe I don't. So when people aren't grounded by religion, it's very little that they aren't capable of, right? You can operate like a sociopath. You can do whatever it is that you feel is right, and as long as you are winning, and whatever you want, maybe the few people around you, then F everybody else. That's just the theme. That's how people are moving, because you're not gonna care. I kind of wanted to touch on that other subject too, with what Will was just talking about. So one thing that I've learned about people who are, like he explained, powerful, they see you as a tool. They are not worried about you. You are just a vessel at that point. So all your intellect and everything, because it's actually detrimental to a person that's an owner, for them not to have people who know what the hell they're doing around them. If you got people who are under you who know less than you, and you're not a master of it, then your company, your situation is all going to fail. You have to have people who really, really know the ins and outs of it, likely more than you do. But as long as you got the power, it's nothing that they can ever do to get you up out of there. And that's one of the main qualities that you see in a leader, is that power. Like we talked about the look. They say that a good portion of CEOs are over 6 feet. They have a certain look to them. That's just what it is. That look will get you in there. That confidence that inspires others. That matter of fact that you just know what you're talking about, and they'll believe you.
Go ahead, Hank.
So, what was your question there? I don't know if I missed it or not, man.
I actually a different question. To add to this, is it easier to respect someone who gives you simple answers, even if those answers are wrong, compared to someone who admits that the answers are more complex?
More easier.
Is it
Yeah,
easier to respect someone who gives simple answers, even if those answers are wrong, compared to someone who admits that the answers are more complex?
yeah. I'd rather you admit that the answers are more complex than you just give me some bullshit. I mean, now I feel like you're a goddamn politician. For sure. Um, let me say this: I hate salesmen. I don't know if that affects you, Will, or not. I hate them. I can't stand them. They all liars. They all trying to deceive you, trying to get over, trying to get around you, trying to do whatever they can to get your pockets. I remember, I give us a short story. Had a guy come out, air conditioner went out, and he trying to sell me his services, talking about it's gonna be about $5,000. Yeah, I don't go for that. I'm cheap as hell. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I got a second and third opinion. I work in the government industry, work in a government job. So one of the things we got to do before we can make certain purchases, major purchases, we got to get 3 quotes. I use that logic in life too. So I went out and got 3 quotes. But this dude was swearing up and down, he's the best thing going. We get out here tomorrow and get your hair on. I said, look here, I waited a week already. What's about 3 or 4 more days? It ain't gonna kill me. So I got a quote, and all of a sudden, going from $5,000, the guy did a job for 2. That's what I look like, man. He tried to sell me something, a bag of goods. I didn't believe that shit. And I knew I knew it could probably find for a little bit cheaper and just as good services. But it is what it is. So no, to answer your question, I didn't mean to go around there and tell that whole goddamn story, y'all. But to answer your question, no, I don't. I just ready you let me know, it's more complicated than that. And then we'll go from there.
Go ahead,
You can
Lon.
no longer be a pallbearer, sir, just so you know. Your application has been revoked.
God damn, sometimes it's like it.
Go ahead, Law. You was trying to say something?
Yeah, I forgot the question. I knew where I wanted to go, but now you know what I'm saying. I was thinking about that air conditioning, man. He tried to start you on the moon so you fall on the stars. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let me just hit him high, hit him on the ceiling, and then see we'll fall somewhere in between. You know what I'm saying? On some common ground.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's all good.
Law, the
But he ain't
question.
nowhere.
You remember? You remember the question?
Nah, what is it again?
Do people tend to like people who give simple answers, either better or more than people who give complex answers and make the things are more nuanced?
So that's politics 101. The thing is what people we know it's more less intelligent people than it is intelligent. So it depends on what you're looking for. If you need to get the masses behind you, then you speak that general shit that they can understand, that relate to more people. It don't even have to have any substance behind it, as long as say the hot points that they like. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to having substance and intelligence behind it, you're gonna lose a lot of people because they're not gonna know what you're talking about. Most of them. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the strategy. That's I know look, this is why Viz had been like dancing around it tonight, because he know this is his president's this is his angle, right? This how Buddy moved to get where he at.
Buddy is crazy.
Right.
You know, I think JR real quick, man. I think everybody love a good word salad. The majority of America, the majority of the world. And they love to be made to feel like they're less intelligent than the person that they've already made a decision to choose to lead them. You know what I'm saying? So people manipulate people through choice words and complexities and things of that nature, just to make people feel more comfortable following them. So yeah, man, a good word salad, a complex word salad always goes a long way with simple-minded people.
All right, let me run this next clip.
Why do we often choose leaders who offer simple answers to complex problems? The answer lies in cognitive psychology and our fundamental need for certainty in an uncertain world. Genuine expertise is almost always accompanied by nuance. Real experts understand the limitations of their knowledge. They recognize complexity. They acknowledge trade-offs. But these intellectual virtues can be profoundly unsatisfying to our psychological needs. For the great majority of mankind are satisfied with appearances, as though they were realities, and are often more influenced by the things that seem than by those that are. When Machiavelli wrote these words, he identified something fundamental about human psychology. We crave certainty even when certainty isn't possible or realistic. Consider what happens in times of crisis or uncertainty. People rarely rally behind the leader who says, "This is a complex situation with no easy answers that will require careful thought and inevitable trade-offs." Instead, they follow the person confidently proclaiming, "I alone can fix this. The solution is simple." Look at how actual environmental scientists speak about climate change, with careful caveats, ranges of possibilities, and nuanced policy recommendations, versus how popular figures on both sides frame the issue with absolute certainty. The scientific approach, while intellectually honest, struggles to compete with the psychological comfort of simple narratives. Or consider healthcare debates. Actual medical experts acknowledge complex trade-offs in any system, while political figures offer simplistic solutions that promise everything with no downsides. Which approach typically wins public support? The simple, certain one, regardless of feasibility. In a particularly jarring 2017 experiment, Yale researchers discovered something disturbing about how we process political information. When subjects were presented with mathematically complex policy problems and solutions, their ability to correctly interpret the data was directly affected by whether the results aligned with their political beliefs. Even more striking, the most mathematically skilled participants showed the strongest bias, using their intelligence not to reach the correct answer, but to justify their preferred conclusion. Cognitive psychologists call this cognitive closure, our desire for definite answers rather than continued ambiguity. Studies show that when people feel threatened or uncertain, their need for cognitive closure increases dramatically. They become more receptive to black and white thinking, and more willing to follow authoritarian leaders who project absolute certainty. This creates a dangerous dynamic. The more complex and frightening our world becomes, the more susceptible we become to simplistic thinking and the leaders who peddle it. It's like a psychological immune system failure. Precisely when we most need nuanced thinking, we become most vulnerable to intellectual shortcuts. Ask yourself, have you ever found yourself drawn to an explanation precisely because it was simple and definitive, even when part of you suspected the reality was more complex? That's this principle at work in your own mind. While our psychological comfort with simplicity explains part of this dynamic, there's an even more troubling dimension to consider, one that reveals why intelligence alone doesn't guarantee effective resistance to manipulative power.
How do you think leaders today are selecting their teams? Is it about loyalty and looking good, or about actual skill and knowledge?
I
I believe
think
it's
as a
actually. Okay.
my bad. I was gonna say I think as a good leader, you're gonna do a little bit of both. You know what I mean? You gotta have the shine and glitz, but you also gotta have the knowledge to sustain it. So I would think a little bit of both.
I think I go back to the careful quadrant. You want something self-sustainable that you don't have to be there to monitor. You need the necessary people in the place that can do the tasks where you can just hop and play and go and do your thing. If you're a doctor, a dentist running your own firm, I'm using that as an example. Likely you can't take sick days off or you're not going to make any money. You got to have the necessary people with the skill set. And you got to have that carrot to dangle in front of them to keep them aligned with what you're trying to do company-wise so it could be successful long-term.
I think the best example of what you're asking JR, is looking at professional sports. You can look at amateur sports too, but most people don't. If you mention an amateur team, most people wouldn't know what you're talking about. So we look at the professional level. You take a team like the Washington Redskins when they had the $100 million defense, or you take teams who just stockpile names. Like look at what the Lakers just did by having LeBron going out and getting Luka. That's not how you build teams. That's not how you win. Leaders oftentimes make tough decisions and they evaluate talent. They do the nitty gritty of sitting down, figuring out what pieces work best together versus what pieces add the most flair or create the most excitement or garner the most attention. You got a team like OKC Thunder is the number one team in the NBA. I bet you 99% of people can't name more than one person on their team. But then you got other teams with all these superstars and they can't win. So I think leaders do true competent leaders, not just people in a leadership role. True competent leaders understand that they're going to make decisions that most people aren't going to agree with. But those people need to get out their way and see the outcome of the decisions that they make. I think that's what makes a good leader, is doing what may get them fired, so to speak, but saying, hey, this is the right thing to do versus I'm trying to keep my job and I'm trying to play the game. But
think about the leaders throughout history, whether it's in politics or business. Do you see a pattern where the most charismatic, but not necessarily the most capable people are the ones who get ahead?
Donald Trump.
I was trying to stay away from that.
Yep.
Y'all think Donald Trump is not intelligent?
I wouldn't say that. I would just say
That's
that
what we say.
way more. I ain't gonna say he's unintelligent. Like, I mean, look at the schools he's been through. He's cool, but what I'm saying is this: he's more savvy and more charismatic than he is intelligent.
How do y'all determine that?
Because he's being puppeted by Elon Musk. He stopped messing with the tariffs and had to pull back because he didn't know what he was doing and understand policy. Let's look at
8 years ago.
saying that you would fix Obamacare. You had 8 years to do it, but with your lack of intelligence, you didn't put proactive things in place so that it could be fixed. You only made amendments to it. That's 3. There's more.
He was the president 8 years ago. Are y'all saying that this man, are y'all going to attach his success to another individual when he was the president 8 years ago?
Being the president is not doesn't make you intelligent, because then you'd have to go to George W. Bush, and I dare you to say he was intelligent. I dare you to say he was intelligent.
Well, gentlemen,
he was intelligent enough to get money from Halliburton so he could increase his family's wealth. He's not.
Well, that was Cheney.
I'm not going to do that, Trev. I'm not going to do that, Trev.
I told you
that
guys.
was Halliburton, though. Yeah.
Powerful people put intelligent people around them. This is a classic example of a person with power putting intelligent people around them to get them elected.
Yeah, but the question that you posed was, do we think he's intelligent? I was speaking to the charisma position, right? But we never questioned whether he was powerful.
You shouldn't question whether he's intelligent either, because
if we're measuring by his presentation, his articulation, and his results from just from a business standpoint, I think we could come to a conclusion to determine whether we think he's intelligent or not.
Do y'all think Barack Obama's intelligent?
No, he's moving the goalposts. Stay on Trump.
I think sometimes people don't understand masterminding, and when you make a case, you sometimes go around where people don't know.
Well, let me ask you this: Is it
tied back together, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense."
But is it your position that powerful people are intelligent?
No, I'm not saying powerful people are intelligent.
So if you ask me, do I think Barack Obama was intelligent? I would say yes.
Okay, and how do you determine that?
I would do that based on his education, right? I would do that based on his articulation. I would also do that based on him actually getting legislation for Affordable Care Act passed through Congress. So
Well,
I'm looking
understanding what
at
it is.
results, right? I'm also looking at his articulation to determine whether he's intelligent, and I'm factoring in his education.
Okay, well, look at this. What everything that Barack Obama has accomplished, Donald Trump has accomplished. There's nothing that Barack Obama, outside of being an attorney, right? But we're not talking about the exact fields. We're talking about education. Donald Trump has the same type of education.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
So I'll concede that, yeah, he graduated from Wharton, right? Is that what you're about to bring up?
I mean, what type of school is that?
Right, it's one of the top-notch business schools. Would you concede the long-standing, well, I'm not gonna say it's well known. I won't get into conjectures, speculation, but it's spoken of how he acquired that degree and who paid for it.
I mean,
so again, right? So we haven't seen. Wait, hold on. We haven't seen anyone from his school, classmates, or anyone else come forward and say, "Yo, in school, he was that dude." We haven't seen. We haven't seen. Wait. So you take it on face value. He has a degree from Wharton. He's intelligent.
No, what I'm saying is he has a degree from Wharton. I don't go look for other people to validate was he the man at school. We don't do that with nobody else. We don't have nobody speaking on Barack Obama. We don't have nobody speaking on Barack Obama like that either.
Okay, you're going to
they were searching tooth and nail for what type of what performance he did in school, and where he went to school at, and if he actually was a U.S. citizen.
Yes.
First, wait. Let me. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. What's the ultimate point that you're trying to make?
The ultimate point is Obama doesn't have the accomplishments and accolades that Donald Trump has. He just doesn't. Everything that Barack Obama has accomplished, he became a president, a two-term president. He got laws passed. He got bills passed. Okay. All presidents get laws and bills passed. There's not a
senator. He was a senator before that.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah, but he wasn't a businessman. Are we saying a senator? Right? Senators get
elected. Why does this feel like wait? We talk about intelligence,
right?
Then we moved it to power. So now we're talking about accomplishments.
Listen.
I'm glad you're peeping that.
So I'm just asking, what's the overall point, my brother?
I'm about to break it down for you. If somebody stopped interrupting us, I'm just trying to converse with you. If to be a senator requires no intelligence, more than anything, it requires manipulation. See, when you get elected to public office, that doesn't mean you know anything about public office. It just means you ran a successful campaign and people voted for you because you made promises. You appealed to certain people's nature for them to vote for you, or you greased enough palms where you gain enough favor where people will cast their vote for you. It does not mean you know anything about
you from Naptown, right?
No, I'm from Gary, Indiana.
Okay, cool. And you right here.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah.
Right? That wasn't a matter of him being some dumb schmuck.
I didn't say he was
dumb. Wait. And I'm saying getting through Illinois political system.
I didn't say he was dumb. I never said that Barack Obama was
unintelligent or whatever. And I'm not even trying to match accolade for accolade, right? We know Donald Trump business acumen or whatever.
What I'm saying to you is this. They both went to prestigious schools. They cancel each other out. We don't say, oh, your school, Harvard is better than Princeton. We don't do that.
Yeah, they do.
Ivy League is Ivy League, right?
Yeah, bro. Go ahead.
I mean, they both became presidents. We don't say, oh, you accomplished more under your term or this, because you got to understand Congress plays a factor in that. If I'm a Democrat and I have a Democratic Congress, I'm going to get a lot more passed than if I have a Republican Congress. So we can't just look at the fact that somebody has bills passed. Then you look at the other things, right? You look at the fact that Donald Trump has multi-millions or billions in real estate. We can't just ignore that and act like this man doesn't have casinos, hotels, other stuff and act like, oh, he wasn't able to, somebody did that for him. Ain't nobody building empires for people. That's not happening nowhere on planet Earth. And we could talk about the loan his daddy gave him. If our daddies gave us $1 million loan, that don't mean we gonna become a billionaire. That damn sure don't mean we're gonna become.
I don't begrudge him for that. I think I salute that, applaud that. I think there needs to be more of that. We need to model that same behavior in our community, right? But we're talking intelligence.
No, I'm talking about the whole thing, intelligence and power, right? Powerful people put intelligent people around them, and sometimes you don't see their intelligence because you see the intelligence of the people they have around.
That ain't what you said, though. You said intelligence.
You're adding on.
What I say, Trav?
You said intelligence. You didn't say what we were talking about just now. We were just talking about intelligence,
right?
But you added power to it.
No, that's the first.
That was the initial statement.
That was the first point I made. Are y'all not listening? The first point I made was that powerful people put intelligent people around them.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that has nothing to do with a single person's intelligence.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're not intelligent either. We can't say that Donald Trump is not intelligent because of the way he talks.
And I never said that, right? I never said that. I said that he is more savvy and charismatic than he is intelligent. And if you disagree with that, then you're not watching him.
I don't think
you're not watching him. You ain't watching him.
You call that savvy?
Yes, for him to be able to move how he moved and get this, yes, absolutely. If he had no charisma or savvy behind him, you think he could have got to where he is just with his intelligence?
Y'all telling me y'all view Donald Trump as charismatic?
No.
Yes. When you got listen, hold on. When you got every single swing state to vote for you, you got some type of charisma. You ever seen his rallies? You ever been to one of his rallies?
You
gonna tell me he's not? Come on, bro.
Do you think being persuasive and charismatic the same thing?
Those are almost synonyms.
You said earlier that they're pretty much the same. You said that earlier. You said they're always.
But I'm asking you, are they the same?
He's trying to hurt. He's trying to handcuff you to the literal term now.
So Marcus, here's what I don't think they understand, right? I own a sales company.
We don't understand.
And I'm persuasive and I'm charismatic. Most of the salespeople I train are not charismatic at all, but they can still be persuasive with information.
See, like you're trying to do with your point right now. Persuade us that it makes sense.
I'm sorry. So if you saw a guy not named Donald Trump acting like Donald Trump, you would say, look at that charismatic fella.
If he was able to get that many people at a rally,
I didn't say I didn't say what he's able to get people to do. Listen to what I said. If you saw a person not named Donald Trump acting like Donald Trump, you would look at that person and say they have charisma.
Yeah, if I saw a person work in the room like how we've seen Donald Trump work a room, yes, I would say that person is charismatic. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I disagree. Donald Trump is anything but charismatic. There's nothing cool about him. Ain't nothing smooth about him. Ain't nothing in his the way he walks, his swag, his dress code, his nothing that anyone would want to mimic. Barack Obama was far more charismatic and a great orator and just knew how to command a room compared to Donald Trump. I believe, and feel free to disagree, it's my belief that Donald Trump has the ability to persuade people, not only through speech, but through action, that he was far more capable. And he proved it in his first term, which is why he got elected to a second term when people found that the previous administration to his second term was not capable. And I don't think it has anything to do with his charisma. It has everything to do with him being able to speak directly to the issues, to polarize his audience and to polarize those who felt slighted that put trust in the previous administration. If we're just talking about his election to the second term and his ability to speak directly to the silent majority, quote unquote, that he polarized in his first term. But that dude don't got no swag. He's not fresh. He's yo, it's no way you can
But
say
Mark,
that
that's
man
not
has
charisma.
charisma.
So
That's
Mark,
not-
Look,
that's
Mark,
not-
how,
that's not
hold on.
charisma.
so
So
Mark,
I was waiting.
how
I
do
was
you polarize? How do you polarize?
You polarize by being succinct, having laser focus on, and being extremely crystal clear about the concerns of the people that you're trying to address, and coming up with palatable, actionable steps of how you're going to solve those problems. That has nothing to do with charisma. The trashiest battle rappers in history, to speak on my previous profession, got wild charisma and can make it to the main stage. The most technical, fierest writers with the best punchlines a lot of times get overlooked because they swag off, they don't have no style, and they're just not relatable. So charisma.
Is Loaded Lux charismatic?
Yes, he is extremely charismatic. He
Is
might
he
be
persuasive?
the most. Yes.
Is he okay.
Yes. He might be the most charismatic battle rapper, which is why he sells you those punchlines.
I got you, right? But you so when you were saying, and I'm sorry, I know Law want to get in there, and I'm
yeah, I apologize.
I
know I rambled a little bit.
No, you good. But I think we confusing charm when you say like, oh, he ain't got no swag, he ain't got this, that. To me, that has nothing to do with being charismatic. I said the way he works a room. Right?
They're literally almost synonymous. They're almost synonymous. They could almost be synonyms or homonyms.
Okay, listen. Let's do this. Let's do definitions then.
Okay,
I'll do it.
please give me the definition because they seem
whoever else needs to get in there can go ahead.
No, really, read the definition.
Someone who possesses strong personal appeal or magnetism, often drawing people to them with their engaging personality and their ability to influence others.
That's what it is.
That's definitely Donald Trump.
Yeah,
that's definitely Donald Trump.
Yeah, bro. Like you got to think. Hey, Mark, you got to remember, bro. What you saying? That's subjective. Right? You know what I'm saying? Swag. What somebody think is cool or relatable, you know what I'm saying, is subjective. We got to remember we are not majority in this country. He's appealing to the majority in order to get his point across. The majority doesn't look or act like us. They may want to and try. However, it's a whole lot more people that think just because he says exactly what the fuck he thinking, that's cool to them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about how he walks and talks and you know what I'm saying? It's more so the things that he does. I'm gonna keep it real. When the assassination attempt happened on him and he hopped back up and threw his fist up, I was like, it's a wrap. They not beating him. It was a wrap. You know what I'm saying?
Law, can we agree? Can we agree on this one thing? Because I remember it like it was yesterday when Barack Obama won. I was in Philadelphia when he won. And I remember being at Temple, in a building where we had a studio right next to Temple, and they had a campaign headquarters there. And I remember it being so many young people being energized and on fire about the change that was about to happen. Now, this man won by a landslide. So can we agree that Barack Obama's charisma won him the election? He literally was considered like a rock star president. This man was on Total Request Live, TRL on MTV. He was on all the cool networks, all the radio. Everybody.
Yeah. Bill Clinton was too, though.
Well, I don't remember.
Clinton had swag.
I'm too young to remember Clinton. I remember
Clinton had swag.
Campaign run. Like I was in elementary when he did his campaign run, so I don't remember that. But I'm just saying, like,
hey, man, no old nigga slander, man. Chill out.
No, I'm not hating. I remember later in his 8-year term when he like played the saxophone or something and all. Like it was like everybody, mom was loving him. You feel what I'm saying? But all I'm trying to say is,
Monica was too.
We can't compare Barack Obama and Donald Trump when it comes to charisma, man. That man was swagged out through the moon. Man.
You brought him up.
We wasn't comparing him.
Mark,
we were saying
you're trying to say he has more, but we never. That wasn't it. We're saying that Donald Trump has charisma. You came in and said Barack had more.
Yes, because the question, I was speaking directly to the question about, is it the most charismatic versus the most capable? There's a time when charisma expires, right? And people look back now on President Barack Obama's tenure, and many people look at it unfavorably. Whereas before, when we were in the midst of that tornado, we looked at it favorably because we was all under the charm and enchantment of that swag. Let's keep it
Yeah,
100. But when we look back at the results, we say, dang, when I compare him to Trump, he actually had more results than Barack.
Which president have we not looked at in retrospect and had feelings about?
I'm not sure. I know Bush was a swagless bum, and I know let's just keep it 100. He was a goofy. So I don't really know, man. Anything before
He's gonna let the chopper spray.
Hey, anything before Clinton is a little shaky for me, because I know his pops, the first Bush was an absolute goofball too. So I don't know.
You know what's crazy, Mark? I met Bush at the White House, the second one. His ass in person actually got swag. It's crazy.
He had swag. I saw him in person too. That boy was about lame as Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, gang.
Oh my God.
Maybe I don't know what was wrong with him. He ain't had no swag, gang. None.
He walked out there.
He walked like his shoes was on the wrong feet. Like it was something wrong with him. He had a doggone 69 God comb over. Like something was wrong with him.
No. So
how old was he when you met him?
Man, I don't know. I was like 17, 18. This had to be like 02, 03. He was not swagged out at all.
So look, this is the point. This is the point I'm making. To your point earlier, yes, Obama has more swag than any white man is gonna have. Black, like somebody made the point earlier about they not us. They don't dress, act, or walk or talk like us. We have a separate category of what cool is, and he fit into that category, which is gonna wash every other group of people. If you remove that and look at the general populace of America and white America, who like music and food that we don't like, unseasoned things, and for those people, Donald Trump created a brand from his charisma, and the "you're fired" like that. Those little sayings and those things, that brand is what made him charismatic. Yeah. And one of the key things in the definition of charismatic was devotion, the ability to foster. Hold on, I'll read it back. It said, exercising a compelling charm which inspires devotion to others. He absolutely has unwavering devotion. I would say he was able to tap into white angst and have more devotion than Obama actually had in the people that's with him.
Yeah. I mean, but look at that. If we could just address the capable aspect for 1 second. Look at the difference. When Donald Trump came in office, that man owned his office. And from day one, he was getting things done. Even this second time around, this man signed like a couple hundred executive orders, like his pen ain't run out of ink, right? When I look back on President Obama's term, particularly when we talk about results for Black people, Black men in particular, because we now know Michelle Obama is a Black feminist, and she pushed a feminist agenda, and her help was really geared toward Black girls and girls in general, right? Particularly when we talk about results for Black men, Donald Trump actually achieved more results for Black men than Barack Obama. It's in black and white. You can go back and look at the policies on your own. It's not up for debate.
Mark,
you know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kenny. I don't want to overtalk you, bro.
There's a lot of things that he tried to pass that did not
follow him
that wouldn't fly to the common power structure that was there. There was a lot of
things.
Listen,
he passed the rainbow agenda with no
I know we
go back, JR.
I do want to get back on topic. Let me just try to squeeze a couple more videos in there before we get out of here to top it out.
Here's where Machiavelli becomes truly unsettling. He suggested that moral considerations often handicap intelligent people in power struggles. In what might be his most infamous passage, he wrote, "It is necessary for a prince who wishes to maintain his position to learn how not to be good, and to use this knowledge or not to use it according to necessity." While intelligent people typically develop more complex moral reasoning, this can actually impede their ability to compete for power against those unburdened by such considerations. In any competitive environment, the person willing to cross ethical lines has access to strategies that morally constrained competitors do not. They can make promises they have no intention of keeping. They can undermine rivals through deception. They can exploit fears and prejudices that others refuse to touch. Consider the contrasting fates of Cicero versus Julius Caesar in ancient Rome. Cicero, brilliant and principled, ultimately lost the power struggle to Caesar, who had no qualms about crossing the Rubicon, literally and figuratively, breaking norms his opponents felt bound to respect. In modern context, we see ethical candidates struggling against opponents willing to employ deception and character assassination. In organizational contexts, University of British Columbia researchers found that psychopathic traits like lack of empathy were positively associated with rapid advancement when combined with social charm. This pattern appears cross-culturally, from China's Shengnu, ruthless businesswoman, archetype, to Nordic companies where studies show that despite cultural emphasis on collaboration, manipulative leaders often outpace their more ethical peers in advancement speed. This creates what game theorists call a race to the bottom. When unethical tactics prove successful, others face pressure to adopt similar approaches or be left behind. Over time, this can transform entire systems, making unethical behavior the norm rather than the exception. Understanding these dark dynamics might make the situation seem hopeless, but not all environments equally reward incompetence and unethical behavior. By recognizing which conditions favor stupidity and power, we can begin to design systems that select for genuine merit instead.
Why is it that incompetent leaders tend to feel threatened by competent people? Why do they often prefer loyal subordinates who won't challenge them?
So, take the movie Black Panther, for example. I always talk about Killmonger, right? When he took over, if he was truly, truly a psychopath, that movie would have ended as soon as he took over. Because the things that constrained him, when you take over a warrior tribe, the people that surround you, you have to ensure that there's no way for them to stage a coup against you. He allowed the flower to exist, people to roam freely that had incentive to try and backstab him. Had he just either cut all their heads off or locked all of them up and inserted his agenda, he could have ran through with his whole Smitty and ran a Boston on everybody. But moral and ethics can slow people down from instituting the things that they know need to be done because they're wrong. It would have been wrong for him to clear everybody out and make sure that nobody had the power to usurp him. In games of power or games of what Game of Thrones, you have to understand that the people who are your subordinates, if they got there by their own merit, have the potential to usurp you. And knowing that you want to fill your cabinet with loyalists out of sheer pessimism and just human morality and out of intelligence and understanding that these people aren't dumb and they would like that shot. And if you fill it with loyalists, as long as they follow your directions, they're smart enough. I just need them to be smart enough to institute whatever plan I have. And you can win and lose on your own system, as opposed to being vulnerable from all these different metrics.
Mark, because I don't know about that example, because once he beat T'Challa, they fell under the law of the rules of Wakanda and they acquiesced to the king, which was him at that time.
So he gave them an order to burn the flower. They tried not to burn the flower. Then the mother and daughter went to the head of the Doge, however you say it, and tried to convince her to say, yeah. No. So they went to him too, but
the Dora Milaje, the female guard,
and tried to stage and try and did what was a treasonous act. They tried to stage somebody else to we can't have this outsider running our kingdom. Then they took that flower to him after the battle was already completed. What Killmonger should have did was required the head of the Doge Mirage to explain, or he should have gave orders. If anybody tries to usurp my authority, you die. So he should have killed the mother and the daughter instantly. Burned the flower and kept one that he knew so he could reproduce it. And then the people who had T'Challa and was nursing him back to health, he should have gave instruction for them to go and wipe them out too. And then none of this shit would have mattered after that.
Would you say he was incompetent then?
Yes, for that he was incompetent.
Okay.
That's kind of interesting right there.
Now, I want to share the panel. Now, if y'all got something to say, you know, don't say it. So I don't feel like I'm hogging it, because I'm still stuck on the fact that y'all think Donald Trump is charismatic. Now, if you take a person y'all think is cool, you remove his name. Let's say Marcus is cool. If Marcus is charismatic, you take everything that Marcus say and do, whatever, and you take that and you insert it into Trev. If Trev wasn't charismatic before, he's charismatic now. Because what Marcus has is charismatic. So you can't downgrade it and say, oh, the reason why y'all think Donald Trump is charismatic is because he's shaking up a system that charisma doesn't usually live in. And he's challenging things, and he's saying things as uncharacteristics, unorthodox, and y'all like, oh, that's charisma.
No, sir. I think y'all are just looking at this presidency. That dude was charismatic before the presidency. Like you gotta remember,
rapping.
right?
Well, tell me what you remember him doing that was charismatic.
So I'm 51.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Tell me what you
so
remember.
I remember all the gold plated. I remember him being in some of those videos. I remember some of the interviews that he did with Oprah, right? I remember those conversations, right?
No, what?
So listen, I'm not the lexicon or the encyclopedia on Donald Trump and his charisma. What I can tell you, I got you. What I can tell you is when you would see that brother, when you see him work a room, and the way he would speak to people, the way he was personable with people. And if I stand correct, like I put in the back chat, and this is for the audience to support, I stand corrected on charismatic, right? Because I said, you know, I think somebody brought up charming. That's in the definition, right? So if you're telling me that Donald Trump isn't charming or engaging, then I don't know what definition of charismatic that you're working on. So maybe we need to.
I want to. Okay, I hear you. Right?
Yeah. No, I need to understand what definition you're working on.
Well, no, the definition. Here's what I'm working on. When people have money and they're rich and they're famous, people acquiesce to them. It looks like charisma. It's not oftentimes charisma. A lot of people who have money are extremely lame. You take that money and influence away from them, you will not see charisma. Charismatic people are charismatic whether they have money, power, or fame. That is irrelevant. You take a lot. Donald Trump, the way he talks, people clown him for the way he talks. You never see a charismatic person stutters or has these issues articulating themselves. One thing you got to be able to do well is articulate yourself.
To be charismatic?
To be charismatic?
Yes, to be
That's
charismatic.
not true. Some people actually have different things that even helps them. So we know Barack Obama was super charismatic, right? Like that's one of his strongest points. But he'll you to death. You dig what I'm saying? He'll and another thing, you know, he has. It's a thing. Some people have their things. That doesn't take away from their charisma. You know what I mean? It's just them. Donald Trump absolutely has charisma because of the way he can captivate a crowd. It might not be the crowd that we think is cool, but I know I see millions running. I see millions all the time when he's on camera. I see individuals that risk their life and limb running inside the Capitol based on him. So it ain't because he was intelligent. It ain't because he was out here boasting great things that he was going to do or showing what he was going to do. It was more so of him just having their heart. People like he brought out the ugliest shoe, right? They love it though. It's not because he's cool. It's because he has charisma that makes people feel connected to him. He knows how to say those things that's going to apparently get his ass back into the White House, even after he's been charged with 30 plus felonies. Right? Even after he's been put in a situation where we never thought he'd be there. He used his persona to get himself back to where he wanted to be.
I want to tack 2 points on the law thing real quick. Just tack this on. He also is a master of controlling perception. And perception becomes reality. Whether he had that money or not, they do countless articles where they talk about how he wanted to be known as a multimillionaire before he was a multimillionaire. He wanted to be known as a billionaire before he was a billionaire because he was shaping the reality. The other thing is, if we were to So Will, I don't agree with the original premise about removing character traits and putting them on somebody else and making them charismatic. But here's the thing. When it comes to white men, if you give them an inch of what black men have, they instantly become super charismatic to the rest of their society. So he's not going to be able to compete with the Obama in terms of charisma. But for what he is, that's considered charisma. He had people doing that weird little.
No, but that New York brashness that he talked with, I mean, even, like I said, before he ran for president. You know?
I'm gonna ask y'all. I'm gonna name two people. Y'all tell me which one is charismatic and which one isn't. Jay-Z and Kanye West. Which one is charismatic and which one isn't?
Both are. Now you got to tell me Jay-Z isn't charismatic?
Jay-Z is charismatic. Kanye West is not.
Kanye is not.
Kanye isn't charismatic. Wait,
wow. I'm going on mute permanently.
Wait. So wait,
why do you say?
Wait, hold on.
He has moments. He has moments because he's unhinged. We don't look at unhinged people as charismatic. We look at them as they crazy. Now, when he's on his game and he's dropping good music, we ignore his shenanigans. We ignore any and every outburst he does when he's dropping good music. When his music is not fire, we're not calling him charismatic. We're talking crazy about him.
Okay, Viz, before you go, let me read the definition again. Charismatic describes someone who possesses strong personal appeal or magnetism, often drawing people to them with their engaging personality and ability to influence others.
Thank you for reading that.
You say Kanye is not charismatic, you out your mind. Yeezy would be nowhere.
Kenny, let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question, particularly to Kanye, please. Let me ask you this question. Now, does what Kanye perpetrates in the media and through his actions, does he attract and magnetize people to him, or does he typically repel and end up in the media with pejorative connotation on his name? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. Does he attract positive results, people, positivity, or does he typically repel?
I'm saying positive.
Forget the qualifier of positive. Does he magnetize people to him, or does he repel people away from him?
He magnetizes. You want to see what he's going to do next.
Yo, brother, his website stays sold out. He dropped 2 albums last year and yo, you tweaking, bro.
Y'all don't remember. Wait, hold on. Y'all don't remember
Super Bowl commercial.
Y'all don't remember. Hold on. Y'all don't remember the backpack era. Kanye had Jay-Z wearing polos.
Gentlemen.
So what are we talking about right now, bro?
Gentlemen, listen. Bro. Y'all not listening. Y'all going off of popularity and fame.
No, man. I think you're trying to
Kanye, bro. Come on, man.
Listen.
It's literally kids out here right now.
Hold on. Bro, when Kanye had people wearing polos and backpacks, he was not bigger than Jay-Z, bro. The man just came out. It was a whole side of the demographic that was saying that the shit was lame.
Right. That is persuasion. That is not charisma.
Come on, dog. Look. One thing we listen. Hold on. Let me get in there because that's what I was saying. So before you ask me that, hold on. We gotta listen. It was a good run for Ye. He only been crazy and off the scales for about 2 years, right? Before that, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm saying like the last 2 years is when even his hold on. His strongest supporters started to kind of falter. But before that nigga could do anything. You know what I'm saying? And they were gonna say it was great. We would have debates every day about Kanye crazy. No, he's a genius. He's a this, he's a that. Now, crazy going so far, they like, yeah, maybe that nigga is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But influential, listen, all these ugly shoes that come out now because of him, the bum clothes, the baggy joints, like, bro, is super charismatic. He had people trying to be like him. Drake wanted to be like him now. His set designs and his asshole ways. Like, listen, I'm not a big Kanye fan. I stopped messing with him after the second album. But I gotta admit, it is what it is. How many kids y'all heard running around here talking about like really messaging that nigga talking about that's my dad, I'm his son. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, it was real retarded for a while. I'm sorry, shouldn't say that word. It was real messed up for a while, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, they finally started seeing him for who he is, but we can't take that away from him.
Let me
Blood
tell you
had a
something.
lot of people running around trying to be like Kanye West.
Kanye's first major transgression that began the repulsion of favoring the public eye and from positive alliances was in 2009 when he did the Taylor Swift thing. Ever since then, it's been a degradation progression, dog. And in the past few years, it's gotten even worse.
No, you tweak.
That's
Hey,
actually when he
it's
got
I think that
They
nigga
loved
love.
him for that. They
That's
loved him for
actually
that.
when he got
They loved
bigger,
him.
bro.
Do y'all
I was still rocking with him
They
back then.
destroyed Kanye for that. What do we?
No, they
What?
loved
We
him
was-
for that, bro. Listen,
That's when
you
he got
saying,
bigger.
listen, when my Dukes passed is when he got off his rocker, right?
Just
Up
because
until
you
then,
love
that dude
somebody
dropped
don't mean he's
Graduation.
charismatic.
That dude dropped 80. He shifted the whole music sonic landscape with 808s and Heartbreak, bro.
It has nothing to do with being charismatic, bro.
How does
I'ma
that
give y'all
have
another
nothing
one.
to do with
Christ.
being
I'ma give y'all
Y'all,
one
charismatic?
hey, these goalposts, y'all, the way
No,
y'all
no,
keep
I'ma give you
moving
one
them
more.
is
I'm not
insane.
I'm not moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is this:
Wait,
Kanye, the baseline of what I'm saying, I'm gonna just reiterate it and leave it here.
This is
Kanye
crazy.
repels people. He does not.
Who
Jay-Z
is he
attracts
repelling?
people. He repels the mass media, the majority of America. Every time he
Yo,
says
do you
something
know that
crazy,
dude just sat down and did it? He was just on Piers Morgan with Sneeko. He just
you're-
did an interview with academics. What
Rilla,
we
can I
talking
say
about?
this
numbers.
respectfully?
Look at the numbers since he repelled people.
Academics?
You're conflating attention with
Yeah, the
magnetism.
academics still getting numbers. Wait,
You're
what? I'm
conflating
conflating what?
attention with magnetism.
What do
Just
you
because
mean?
someone pays
How-
attention to what you do temporarily does not mean you're
Mark.
magnetizing and
You
drawing
said
people to
repel.
you.
Right.
Wait,
So
Mark.
he
Mark,
repels
how,
people.
wait,
Magnets have
Mark.
two
Mark.
sides.
How
His
is
actions
it?
are repulsive, bro.
Mark. How is it?
Repulsive
How is
and
it?
repelling is two different words.
Mark, how is it that this man has been in the game since 2009? Before that, maybe, right?
And before
Yeah,
that,
like
2005?
early
State
2000s.
registration.
Early 2000s.
2000.
He's been
Yeah,
in the game for
2004, yeah.
20 years, and he's still one of the most relevant people on this planet. There's no way on this earth that you cannot be charismatic and still be in that position. Even if what he does is repulsive,
I'm about to prove
there's
it.
still people buying Yeezys. His brand is still major. There's no way for you to be charismatic, for you to not be charismatic, and for you to not be relevant in this current time. Even if you're controversial, you still have to have charisma in order
have a
for
following.
people.
Yep.
Right.
In order for people to even assume, to be able to choose and say that this person is an asshole, you have to have charisma in order to do that. That takes confidence, in which is directly tied to
I'm gonna
charisma.
give y'all.
All you need is
Let me give
attention.
y'all. Hold on, Mark. Let me
Charisma
give
and
them two
attention
more
are
names.
not the same thing, bro. Please
Mark.
stop conflating. Hold on one second,
on,
Will.
man.
Please stop conflating attention and charisma. They're
What do you
not the
mean?
same.
We're not
Jeffrey
saying
Dahmer has attention.
We're
He's
saying
not
Jesus
charismatic.
pieces.
we're not saying attention. I'm not saying attention, brother.
I'm saying that
I'm
because
saying-
you keep bringing
I'm
up
saying
people
confidence.
like you
I'm
keep
saying
bringing
confidence.
up things that are the results of him gaining attention.
He gained that attention through confidence,
Let me give y'all two more names.
right?
Tell me if these.
Hold on, Will.
No,
He gained that attention through confidence. Yes or no?
No, he gained that attention through
So-
wild acts.
So it didn't take
Nah.
confidence.
Wait,
hold
he
on.
gained it
Hold
through
on, hold on,
wild
hold on.
acts.
Hold on.
Yes.
Talent.
Yes.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
The latter. I'm talking about the now Kanye. I'm not talking about the back then.
Now
when he
you
was
moving the
fresh.
goalposts.
No,
Now
you
you
moved
moving
it
the
when you brought up a
goalposts.
past
This is
Kanye when we was
crazy.
talking about Kanye today. You the first goal.
So he lost his
no.
charisma.
We said that Kanye have charisma. We didn't
Not
put a
you, love.
time frame
Not
on it.
you. I'm talking about Viz.
Oh.
You, Viz, particularly. I'm pointing the camera. You with the dreads. It was you.
Hey, no, you
came
pointing at
here, you brought
yourself.
up the old
You pointing
Kanye
at
from
yourself
02.
right now. You ain't pointing at me. You pointing at yourself.
It's at you.
Gentlemen, does Elon Musk and our former vice president, Kamala Harris, are they charismatic?
No.
Wait. Before you let him off the hook, did he concede with those first two?
There's this rich.
I think Elon Musk is. I think he does have charisma.
Stop letting people
No,
off the
I
hook.
disagree. But he doesn't have a following. He's a rich dude. He doesn't have a following.
Elon doesn't have a following.
Listen. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. He doesn't have a look, Viz. What I'm saying is he doesn't have a following like people are looking to see what Elon is wearing. You dig what I'm saying? What is he doing? How is he acting? It's not about that with Elon. That's not what people look for him for. They don't look for him. Hold on. They don't look for Elon Musk to say a good word to them and make them be like, yeah, Elon, we on board. You know what I'm saying? That's not why he's who he is.
Do you know how many views the interviews has gotten with him and Joe Rogan?
You using Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is not a fair template.
Not only that, I'm using Elon. Hold on. I'm using Elon. I'm not using Joe Rogan. I'm using Elon.
He's interesting, but he has not gained his notoriety off of his persona, is what I'm saying. Whereas as a rapper, that's what you have to do. Your persona is you.
You using a fucking persona, bro. You're using a rap. You're comparing a rapper to a entrepreneur.
We're talking about charisma.
Right. But
we're talking about charisma.
That's on two completely different levels. We're talking about entrepreneur Elon Musk. He owns he has ownership of Tesla. He does SpaceX. He has all of these advanced things that people say that this nigga is smart as fuck. He has to be smart as fuck in order for him to have achieved what it is that he has done.
That has nothing to do with charisma, bro. He can do that and we can never know this nigga. He can do all that.
Stop giving us names, Will. Stop.
Can I ask? Let me ask you.
No, I'm saying, does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Let me ask you.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Hold on. Let me ask Viz a question real quick. Can we strip away the money and fame for a second? If you put Barack Obama and Elon Musk or Jay-Z and Kanye in an environment, who do you think would garner followers the fastest because they have no incentive? It's not about being a rich nerd. It ain't about being a psycho in the media. Jay-Z and Kanye, who would get people to follow them faster if they had nothing based strictly off charisma? And Jay-Z. Do the same for Elon Musk and what was the other example I used? I don't even remember. Elon Musk versus any darn body.
Anybody, right?
So Elon, I would say Elon is definitely he's on the spectrum, right? So there's only going to be a certain type of person that would be interested.
No need to qualify it. Just answer. No qualifiers. No
Elon
qualifiers
versus
game.
who?
Elon versus who?
Elon Musk versus
Joe Rogan.
It gotta be somebody on the same spectrum.
Joe Rogan.
No, it doesn't. You don't have we ain't doing spectrums. Because he's in the public eye and he has influence. We can agree about that with Elon Musk.
No, we have to use the spectrum because
Joe Rogan. I'm gonna use what Will said. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, Jay-Z and Kanye. Who's gonna get people to follow him faster? They got no money.
Joe Rogan and Jay-Z.
Exactly my point. Jay-Z. So that means that Joe Rogan and Jay-Z are charismatic because without anything, they have the ability to magnetize, polarize, and influence, right? If you put Kanye, you would have smacked Kanye in your hood, Viz, back in the day. Keep it real. He come outside with a pink polo trying to tell you something. You would have smacked him and made your dreads fly because you would have smacked him in a roundabout manner like that. Let's keep it 100.
Especially the way he was acting in high school by what he said.
You would have backhand Elon Musk until his comb over flipped.
Mark, let's keep it real. Mark, let's keep it real.
No, man.
When Cameron was wearing pink,
a lot of niggas was wearing
pink. It only became cool. Pink has been a color since all of us been alive.
That's right.
Every time a guy put pink on, it was looked at as a negative.
That's right.
It wasn't until a popular, famous, influential person did it, and then people started flocking to it, and we took the influence as, oh, he has charisma. No, it's
he had marketing dollars.
Yes,
that's
and
what he
I think
had.
people think that.
Wait, y'all about to say Cam not charismatic now?
Oh no, nobody would ever say that. Nobody would say
charismatic. But what I'm saying is, if Dame Dash would have wore the pink, it wouldn't have flew like when Cam did it, because Dame Dash was not polarizing. Dame Dash only became polarizing when that documentary came out with the Def Jam and Rockefeller tour, right? When we got to see his personality, we got to see how he was a head knocker. It was like, oh, who's this dude?
Y'all didn't watch Streets.
Prior to that,
but that's because he wasn't in the limelight, bro.
Right. So listen to what I'm saying. We conflate people's popularity with charisma, and if that's the case, every celebrity has charisma, and we know that's not true.
So
every celebrity does have charisma. Are you saying Dame Dash is charismatic? The only way that they can be a charisma. The only way that a celebrity can be a celebrity is if they have charisma.
Not true.
Woody Allen ain't got
marketing dollars.
Woody Allen doesn't have charisma.
Y'all tweaking, y'all.
Wait, hold on, bro.
Hey, I'm with Viz on this.
Wait, hold on.
Hey, JR,
I'm with Viz on this.
Wait, hold on. Woody Allen.
I said I'll take it back, Viz. Chill out.
Okay, all right. Come on, man. Yo,
I said I'll take it back. I had to think about it for a second.
Look, I think this is the thing here. Just because a person doesn't align with you does not mean that they don't have charisma. Exactly. What it means is that they have charisma with the people that they align with.
So the same
way that Eminem, black people in general, right? They look at Eminem and they don't align. Oh, I can't align with what he's talking about. That doesn't mean that man does not have charisma. He has charisma, and that's the whole reason why he was in the position to get to where he's at.
Then both of the Bush.
50 Cent has charisma. Eminem just has a skill set that he put on display.
Oh, God.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that Eminem has more influence over the culture than 50?
Now you use the
That's
word
not what we said. That's a goalpost.
That's
a goalpost.
Let me explain.
Wait.
Let me explain why I asked that. Because
Mark, let me put the nail in the coffin, Mark, because
go ahead. We gonna
Will, I might have to put you in the casket tonight, bro. I might be that bell. Might have to be that
pallbearer tonight. M don't got charisma. That's crazy.
M does not have charisma. He's one of the most boring people in history. By his own admission, he has no charisma.
Definitely didn't see what he battled.
I watched every Skirbo Jam he was at. I saw it all, gang.
Mark, hold on, Mark.
I saw it all.
That's personal.
Hey,
that's personal.
You can't pull that on me.
That is personal. That is personal. I don't even like Eminem.
Can I make my last point? Viz. So if that's the case, both of the Bushes have charisma. Kamala Harris has charisma.
Joe Biden.
I was about to say Joe Biden has charisma. Every famous person now has charisma.
JR, you an animal with that AI, gang. Something up with you.
Look, Will, yes.
Wait, so how are you saying that that Kamala, even though I don't agree with her, the fact that she was able to get 96% of women, 80% of black men to vote for her, that you have to have some type of charisma.
Are you blind to why they were voting for her?
No, I know another reason as to why they were voting
what's that
for
reason?
her.
What's that reason?
Because they didn't like Trump.
It was identity politics.
Of course.
It had nothing to do with who she was. You could have took her out and put Oprah in there, and they would have got the same turnout for Oprah. You could have took her out and put this loudmouth.
Oprah would have been did better.
Texas. What's the chick name? The loudmouth from Texas, from Dallas. who keep running her mouth every chance.
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah,
Jasmine Crockett. You could put her in there, and they will vote for her.
She's charismatic too, though.
No,
but
bro, listen. You can take any one of these brothers who got a wife on this panel or a woman and put her in that position, and it would have still been the same outcome. It doesn't matter if she has charisma or not.
Charisma comes.
Couldn't help it.
Charisma comes from confidence. If you have confidence in yourself,
sir, charisma does not come from confidence.
This is the same man that said you have to be articulate to have charisma. And I would just say, "Oh, dirty bastard." Was he articulate?
What? Wu-Tang for the kids.
But he had a hell of a lot of charisma.
He had a shitload of charisma. Yeah. He did. So it's like and his charisma came from his confidence and how it is that he rapped. Nobody
There's a lot of confident people who don't have charisma.
How
confidence? Listen,
all right. How was that possible? How was that
Let me
possible?
tell you where confidence comes from. Confidence comes from your ability to perform. When you know you can perform, your confidence goes up. If you don't know you can perform, you rarely have confidence. When you know you cannot,
what are you saying right now? Are you listening to what you're saying?
Right. Listen, I'm trying to help you understand that just because you have confidence.
What are you talking about?
There's a lot of confident people who are not charismatic.
Let me ask y'all this.
But you will not.
Do y'all know who Mr. Bean is?
Yes.
Is Mr. Bean charismatic?
Nope.
Yeah.
Mr. Who?
You talking about
Mr. Bean?
Yeah.
The British dude. Is he charismatic?
Oh, Mr. Bean. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Bean. Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It don't got to be cool to us, but can he captivate people just by what he's doing with his confidence? You know what I'm saying? Charisma looks different, bro. And you can confidently be you and captivate people. That's charisma, right?
Yeah, but,
you know what I'm saying?
Law, can I offer you this, please, and please leave room for this. He's an actor. We're watching him execute an ability and a skill he acquired. We don't know if he's like that in real life. He could be the most mundane, boring person of all time.
Hey, yo, Mark, these goalposts, man.
I'm not moving the goalposts. He mentioned, yo, you wild, JR. He mentions, he mentions.
You should have did Vivica, G. You should have did Vivica.
Yeah, he should have did Vivica. He mentioned somebody who's perpetrating a character on screen in the commission of
Is Will Smith charismatic?
Yes, he is.
So look, here's my
very
thing.
charismatic in real life. Yes.
Was Robin Williams charismatic?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not familiar. So I can't speak.
You know who Robin Williams is.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
I never observed him outside of his element of acting, is what I'm trying to say. So I wouldn't know.
But look, Mark, to respond to what you were saying, though, to respond to what you were saying, he's an actor.
Hold on, wait. So we don't know.
But you got to remember, he's not acting. He don't even use words, right? He barely speaks. It's not like it's the acting that you've seen somebody else do. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that somebody else can do, right?
That's not true. It's as old as time. Charlie Chaplin.
Bro, listen. But what I'm saying is
charismatic.
Charlie Chaplin was on screen. He exuded a charisma because he was acting, but I never observed him outside of his element of acting, bro.
JR gotta be
Kevin Hart is charismatic. The Rock is charismatic. Like, what are we talking about? I've observed these people.
Kevin Hart is in the same boat as being the actor and the comedian, bro.
I agree with you, bro. But outside of it, when he's off camera, he's the same as when he's on camera.
Hey, is Smack or Beasley charismatic?
Trump or somebody else, bro?
No, Smack and Beasley is not charismatic. Neither one of them, gang. Smack definitely got the suit on.
When have you seen Kevin Hart off camera?
Say that again.
I mean, charisma don't be.
When have you hung?
When I'm let me be specific. When I'm saying off camera, I'm talking about him being observed through like documentaries when he's not in the commission of the act of acting. When he's not on stage being a comedian, and when he's not performing for a film, when he's being observed in his natural element, he's the same.
But
Mark, being able to turn that on and off, even so, is that not part of being charismatic? when you
I
can
mean,
turn it on. We all are
that's a
different when we
nuance.
are.
That's a nuance.
I mean,
But
think about it, bro. We are all not the same in front of people as we are at home or whatever the case
yeah,
may
but
be.
is
That doesn't
Keanu
make you.
Reeves charismatic? Would you consider Keanu Reeves
Yes, of
charismatic?
Yes, he has
course.
to be,
Yeah.
bro.
What do you
What
mean?
are you talking about? Because
He's
he's
one
a
of the most
fucking actor,
regular,
and he
down to earth, calm dudes.
And
Like
that's
he's
his
riding the subway.
and
that
that's
has
his
nothing.
charisma.
You
And
talking
that's his
about?
charisma, bro. Now, hey,
That's
I'm
crazy work, gang.
I'm actually glad you brought up Kiana, right? Because Kiana is by far probably one of the most bland actors on this planet.
Yo,
But the
Kiana is
fact
wild.
that
Yeah,
he is,
Keanu's nuts. I ain't going fraud. That's crazy work.
Yeah.
but the fact that he is as bland as he is, I think that shows why he got into the position that he's in, because you have to have some type of charisma. If you achieve the level of being able to be a celebrity, especially a or B level celebrity, you have to have some type of charisma in order to even make it to that point. Because regardless of who it is that you know or who knows you, if you don't have any type of charisma, a motherfucker is not going to be willing to invest into you because
But
they
again,
don't see anything in you.
you put the qualifier any type. Sylvester Stallone has charisma. He's somebody that I would rock with if he was never an actor, just based off of what I've
That's
observed.
you. That's you, though.
But listen, bro, most people will agree. This is a guy that if you saw him on the street, you want to know who this person is, right? If you saw Keanu Reeves, it's something they exude. It's just something that's intrinsic. It's something they exude. If I saw Keanu Reeves and he was never an actor, I might have never noticed he was alive. That's how bland that man is.
But that's you. But that's you, though. There's going to be someone out there that will see Keanu on the train and be like, man, this nigga is back to himself, man. What's to him? It's something about this cat right here that stands out from everyone else.
Is that charisma?
Absolutely.
We done ran off the rails, bro. We all over the place at this point.
This is not charisma.
This is crazy.
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Goalpost removal, Anonymous Incorporated, owned by Viz and Will. Guaranteed.
Hey, no, that's on your ass right here.
That ain't me, gang. That's on Buddy. That's on Buddy right here, Buddy.
Let me just throw this out here real quick. I think one of the things that make the discussion, because it seems to me like Will and Mark, you're using a metric to qualify for charisma that we all agree universally is charismatic. I think the rest of everybody else is saying to their respective target audiences, certain people are charismatic. Now, they don't work for us, but they may work for a group of, like the show The Big Bang Theory. The people who watch that are drawn into the allure, and they're magnetized to be brought in for those type of people. And they're what we would call lames and nerds, but they're charismatic to that group of people. Now, I think the other thing was, to the Kanye part, we all used the word magnetism when we was talking about it. And I went and looked up the definition for magnetism, and it says to be able to strongly attract or repel. And in this social media climate, the things that attract us are offensive. They actually engage us more the more offended we are. And they've done studies behind this, right? So when we're applying this term unilaterally, I think it's the spectrum that we're using doing, and then using our own personal bias and metric to measure it on. But if you just went by definition, these people have to be able to attract someone because we know about them in mass, whether they whether they attract or repel. We know who these people are because of their magnetism.
Right, but I think we all agree that charismatic people don't repel people. They attract people and they keep them, because a part of being charismatic is gaining what we talked on earlier, is gaining a devotion. You don't devote yourself to people who repel you. How can you?
What about
counterintuitive?
What about the mustache man?
Was Jim Jones? Was the real Jim Jones? Was he charismatic?
That's where I was going.
Yes, he was extremely charismatic. Yes, he was.
That's why I was
going.
going.
He achieved what he achieved. Yes.
So
What about
there was
about
people
the
that
rapper
repelled
didn't
him,
know.
bro.
I was about to mention him too.
people that did not agree with his message, they waged a whole war to get down on him. But the people that agreed with this message had extreme devotion and was ready to die behind it. So
People
just
don't
because the
have
side of the spectrum that we're on disagrees or looks at it unfairly, it doesn't remove the charismatic attributes of that individual.
Okay, let me ask y'all a question real quick.
I agree with that.
Ask y'all a question. I'm gonna ask y'all
I
a
agree.
question. I'm gonna personalize it. Am I charismatic?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
Okay, you know how many people
I
did this?
apologize, JR, real quick. My apologies, bro. I'm gonna do this one time and one time only. Could y'all hear that?
Yeah, man.
Oh man, get out of here, cuz.
don't make the pallbearer come for you, bro. We've been rocking this whole live.
I gotta antagonize you, gang. I have to.
Stay out the shadowy place, or I will escort you there, sir.
That's crazy work. Male escorting is nuts.
I will
Pause.
escort you there.
Hey yo.
Hey yo, what?
Pause, gang.
Hey,
Will, what you were saying, G?
look, at the end of the day, you know, just because people agree with you or disagree with you don't make you charismatic. That's not what makes you charismatic. I can make a point about something that's factual, and a million people could agree with the point I made. That doesn't mean I'm now automatically charismatic. I can make a second, third, fourth, fifth point, and millions of people could agree with those. That wouldn't make me charismatic. Y'all got to stop thinking that, because like I'm gonna ask y'all, is Memphis Bleak charismatic?
Not at all.
Is Benny Siegel charismatic?
Very.
Some people.
So at the end of the day, these are famous people.
Wait, so
fame garners influence. A lot of times y'all think that because someone has influence that's attached to their fame, that once people get to know these people outside of their fame, they're going to say, oh, you're not who I thought you were. See, I put you on a pedestal because you were famous, because you were talented. Look, everybody thought one thing about Jordan. I want to be like Mike. Everything about Jordan was good. Space Jam commercials, Air Jordan, Nikes, everything. Chicago Bulls, champion, blah, 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 blah.
So Jordan,
then when the last dance
ain't gonna be no Jordan slammed up here either.
Wait, you said are you about to say that Michael Jordan is not charismatic?
Y'all, goddamn. If I could finish my point.
I'm just blown away by what's happening right now, man. My man, go ahead.
I would hate to put my boy Biz in that shadowy place.
I like the Taco Bell gang.
So look. When the last dance came out,
bro, Peter Parker doesn't have charisma. Did this nigga just say this in the comments?
Oh,
my bad. Go ahead.
Go Wait, I want to hear this again. So say this again. So when the last dance came out, what happened? We found out he didn't have charisma.
Came out. We started to hear how all the people who got to know, who actually knew him intimately, didn't think the same way about him that we thought about him. We thought what we thought because we were looking through a smoke screen. I'm not saying he doesn't have charisma. I'm not saying he's not a leader. I'm saying that we can't properly assess these people's charismatic ways when we're blinded by their fame. We don't even know these people. We don't hear these people talk outside of
Kenny P.
Do you not know that these people are media trained?
Can you read the definition of charisma again?
I don't.
How is it that you can?
I don't know you. And half these niggas just said you was charismatic.
Hey, let Kenny P read that definition one more time.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Someone who possesses strong personal appeal or magnetism, often drawing people to them with their engaging personality and ability to influence others.
Tell me one thing we knew about Michael Jordan's personality.
It's not about. It's what drove them to him, bro.
Definition.
None of that matters. We talking about the magnetism.
Strong personal appeal.
Hold on.
Listen, handsome, could play ball.
The one thing that we saw.
To the definition. Now,
Will. I'm gonna answer it.
Wait. I've been listening to y'all. Let me just get this out. Listening to the definition. Take fame out the equation. What is it about Michael Jordan's personality that draws us in?
The
It's
thing
not
about
bro.
the
He
thing,
doesn't even have to say a word.
hold on.
Are you answering
The
this
thing,
question?
yeah, of course, I'm finna answer it.
No.
The thing about Mike was his relentlessness, was the fact that he was ruthless, the fact that he was willing to go up against whoever and put his body on the line on the court. That was what drew people to Mike his
So,
entire career.
every basketball player that plays basketball hard, are we
He's
drawn to
moving the
them?
goalposts.
Every
Jordan.
listen to what I'm asking you. Listen to what I'm asking you.
Yeah,
Biz.
no, you're definitely moving the goalposts. I just answered the question.
Biz, I didn't
Yes,
even
of
finish the
course.
question.
Will,
You
hold
moved the
on.
goalpost, sir.
Wait,
I
hold
didn't-
on.
I'm listening
They're
to what y'all say.
100%. Will,
I'm
100%.
listening to y'all so I can respond to y'all. Y'all not listening to me. Y'all are responding while I'm in mid-sentence. So, sir, go ahead, Biz. I'm gonna listen to you, then I'll respond to you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So the fact that Mike was as relentless as he was, the fact that he was able to stand out amongst everyone else on a shit ass team at that when he first came to the Bulls, it was the fact that he was able and willing to stand out amongst everyone else that gave and showed his charisma. The fact that he was even able to get a shoe brand and for it to grow to the extent that it did, that shows charisma. Everybody had a shoe, but nobody else's shoe grew to the point of where it did while he was still in the fucking league, bro. And he's out of the league now and it's still as big. So I don't understand, how is it that we can create a whole song of people saying that we want to be like Mike when he's early in his career and he's getting his ass kicked? How is it that a man on that level is not charismatic? How is it that the cameras doesn't love this man so much that he's being plastered across every tablet and timeline during that era?
Sir,
you have to have some type of charisma in order for that to happen.
Right. And no, you don't. Watch this. Listen. So Spud Webb, does he have charisma?
I'm sure he probably does.
Whoa. What you mean you sure? Was Spud Webb not a dog on the basketball court? For somebody to be that small, Muggsy Bogues, does he have charisma?
Yeah.
What
I just said I'm sure.
Wait, listen. Tell me how Muggsy Bogues and Spud Webb has charisma. Explain that to me.
The fact that he was 5'6" or 5'8" or whatever he was, 5'7" on the court with niggas that's 6'10"
and Muggsy Bogues was 5'3".
The fact alone that they made it to the NBA at 5'7" and 5'3" shows that they have charisma, bro.
So is talent and charisma the same thing?
Yes.
Hard work and charisma, is that the same thing?
Yes.
No.
So that's why I'm so lost.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Let me get
this point. Let me finish this point. Spud Webb, Muggsy Bogues, talented, hard-working people. That's what rewarded them to the next level. Their charisma, whether there or not, was irrelevant. They didn't get drafted off charisma. Nobody's drafting a 5'3" dude off charisma. So now that they're in the league, they were not exceptional amongst other NBA players. Michael Jordan was exceptional amongst other NBA players. That creates marketability. It has nothing to do with charisma, because if Michael Jordan was
Hold
on. I got next to this.
I got next.
Shut up. Let me finish this point, and I'm gonna shut up. I want to hear what y'all got to say. If Michael Jordan was Kawhi Leonard, he would still sell all them damn shoes. You know why? Because his talent
So why?
It's marketable.
Hold on.
So
Hold
why?
on.
So why can't? So why
Hold
can't
on,
Kawhi
Viz. Nope,
Leonard
nope,
do that
nope.
then?
No, hold on, Viz. No, hold on, Viz.
Doesn't
What?
Hold on,
have
Viz.
the
Hold on, Viz.
talent.
No,
Come
look.
on, man.
So look. Peep game. Check it out, so. Look, that's one of the main things that people don't realize. Mike, it's not just because of talent, right? Swag is really a thing. Like either you got charisma or you don't. It was motherfuckers started chewing gum the way Jordan chewed gum. Niggas used to try and fake the walk that Jordan did. They
That
wore their
duck walk,
shorts a
yeah.
certain, yeah, you know what I'm saying? They wore their shorts a certain length, they socks, everything, because the brother came through and performed and was charismatic. It was a lot of people, a lot of great basketball players before him. But you got to have a whole package. Just when you have like an artist, I could have an artist that got all the bars. But if you ain't got the whole package, right? You don't got the charisma to add to it, you only gonna go so far. Jordan was the whole package in the NBA. The NBA exploded because of Jordan, right? They can go global. I want to be like Mike is a thing globally because of his style. When they saw him do the things that he did, it wasn't just hard work because we could, like you brought up yourself, Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard has all the talent, none of the charisma. That's why he's not a household name. He's a great player, and that's about it. You dig what I'm saying? Nobody's trying to be like
Shit, Lord, you could have said baby Jordan, Harold Miner.
For the record,
right, exactly.
Wait, hold on.
Just like Jordan.
Wait, hold on. I got a question. I got one more question. Will, before you go, I got a question for you. If Kenny just gave the definition of
charisma,
someone that has charisma. Say it one more time, Kenny, for the record.
Someone who possesses strong personal appeal or magnetism, often drawing people to them with their engaging personality and ability to influence others.
So, by that definition, how is it that you can be a celebrity and not have charisma?
Sir, I'm gonna tell you, but for the record, I want to make sure people don't think that I was saying Jordan didn't have charisma.
Stay on topic, bro.
I just want to make sure people don't misconstrue, right? So I'm gonna try to answer your question. Now, please give me the opportunity to answer it.
Wait, so you're saying Jordan does have charisma now?
No, I never said Jordan didn't have charisma. What I said,
what are we talking about?
Okay, see, y'all, the problem is y'all not listening. If y'all listen, this stuff won't take this long.
Go ahead.
I said we didn't know Jordan personally. Doesn't charisma have to do with a person's personal appeal? A person's personal.
Oh, what do you mean? That's literally in the definition.
Wait.
That's literally in the definition.
Y'all, are y'all saying
it's not the definition? It is one of the traits.
Cutting me off and let me finish. Y'all will know where I'm going.
Charisma, a special magnetic charm or appeal.
You mentioned that
it is part of it, Mark, but not it entirely.
So wait, you gotta know the
person. In the Merriam-Webster, it's listed as a secondary, separate definition. Gang.
Point.
That means it's part. That's under the umbrella. Yes,
brother, man.
Mark, maybe because you're listening, I can just talk to you. Then I was told that a charisma had to do with a person's personal appeal.
Yes,
personality and their ability to influence. That's what I was told. Now,
can I read it again for the people? Someone who possesses strong personal appeal.
Just wait one second.
We're committed to misunderstanding at this point.
Rilla and Biz. It said or. Is that right, Rilla and Biz? That charisma is your personal appeal, your personality, and your ability to influence. Is that right?
Magnetism.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I'll take that.
Kenny, can we agree that the word allows for two things to stand alone separately? Can we please agree on that? And it's not the word and.
Does that?
Okay. Wait, let me make sure I understand. You guys are saying that you gotta know somebody personally to determine if they have charisma or not?
No, that's not the point they're making. They talking about their personal characteristics.
That's what I thought.
Personality draws them in, and the point that is the contention is coming in is the talent can act as a personal attribute, which can draw people in as being charismatic.
And also
Yes.
the marketing dollars,
And that's
Wait,
what I'm
wait,
trying
which
to
goes
say.
answers Viz's
Wait,
question about
Marcus,
being a
even in what
celebrity.
you saying, you still have to personally present that.
You
No,
have
no.
to
What
let
I'm
me
saying,
finish.
when
You
I
have to
bring up
present that.
when I bring up
I
marketing
agree with you,
dollars,
It's
when I
in
bring
you,
up
not
marketing
on you.
dollars,
I
I'm
agree with
talking
you.
about what Viz said. He said, "How can someone be a celebrity without possessing charisma?" It's called marketing dollars.
And I'm trying to
They can
explain.
Give us an
manufacture
example,
celebrities.
Mark.
Still have to
Give
have
us
charisma
give us
in
an
order
example.
for people
Okay,
to be
Give us an
willing to
example of
invest
these marketing dollars
marketing
at work producing
behind
charisma.
Mac Miller,
Wait, did Will finish making his point? I
Macklemore.
feel like he ain't finished the whole point.
Macklemore?
They
Just
don't.
now.
They
That's
don't have
correct.
charisma,
That's crazy.
No, they do not.
bro.
No, they do not.
The man won a fucking Grammy in hip
So
hop, bro.
what?
How
So what?
is it? The only way that you can do that is by having some sort of charisma,
That is
bro.
correct, sir.
Just
The
because,
way
just
that you can do it is
because,
by
bro.
having
No,
marketing dollars.
wait, bro. Just
Hey,
because
JR,
you
sit
won't
down.
kick it with them does not mean that other people won't.
Brother,
That's
brother.
that's the angle that I think that we're missing here.
Called
said
Just
Mac Miller
billboard
wasn't
because
for a
just
reason,
because you won't kick it with them
bro.
does not
It's
mean that
called.
the man doesn't have
Listen to
charisma,
me,
bro.
Viz. It's called billboard for a reason. What do you use a billboard for? To do what?
To market.
Advertise. To be more
Influence.
specific. Thank you.
Influence.
I'm done.
What does that doesn't mean, and that doesn't
To
change
you,
anything.
This is so
anything, but it
unbecoming
says
of
a
you.
lot.
I'm about to take you to the
Says a
shadowy
lot,
place.
bro.
It is on and crack it like
Yeah.
Come on
Yeah.
You
with it.
haven't let me make 1 point, Viz. I'm through with you, my brother.
Y'all wildin', man.
Man, Viz, man. I'm disappointed, cuz.
Man, this is
So,
the
Mark,
this
to
guy.
your point about
This is
advertising,
like
Y'all tripping though.
I
Y'all
believe,
tripping though.
I believe you
Biz.
can manufacture a charismatic presence, controlling perception, and the person does not actually have to be charismatic, but you can manufacture it through advertising and marketing.
Watch
Yes,
this.
you can, which is
So
why
who?
in the music world, it's called programming. Being a program director, you're being programmed to accept what's being put in front of you enough times until you just accept that it's there.
Right.
I get all that.
It's-
Give me an example. Who are y'all saying these marketing dollars are behind that's manufactured charismatic?
Tyson Beckford.
Who the hell?
Is he charismatic? Viz?
I'm saying specifically you can
That's
manufacture a
crazy.
celebrity Rilla because Viz posed
Hold
the
on,
question,
Mark.
how can you be a
No, I
celebrity
understand
with
who
no
manufacture
charisma?
celebrity. I'm saying, where do you use these advertising dollars to manufacture charisma? I understand,
No,
man. I understand the
We didn't
celebrity
say you
part.
manufacture.
No.
You
What I'm
manufacture
saying,
influence.
is, Viz asks, how can you be a celebrity with no charisma?
Oh, my bad.
And
All right,
I added you could place marketing dollars, but I could become a celebrity with no charisma. Anyone on this panel with enough marketing dollars can build a personal brand and become a celebrity, even if you're not in the entertainment sector.
So does Sexy Red not have charisma?
She does have charisma. The kind I don't agree with, but it's there.
That's the point.
Yes.
Someone who mentioned Tyson Beckford.
No, difference
Wait,
is
no. Hold on. Who mentioned
me?
So you saying Tyson Beckford doesn't have charisma?
No, you can't tell me he does. We don't know. We don't know if he has charisma.
How is it that he made it to the level that he made it to?
Easy,
with no
bro.
charisma, bro.
Easy. Let me tell you how that works.
Looks.
Oh, let me tell you how that works. When
Do you know how many beautiful people it is out here that's not on the level of Tyson Beckford?
I'm taking you to that shadowy place. Goddamn, you going to that shadowy
Man,
place.
ring the bell, gang. Ring the bell, gang.
Yeah, because this
ring
is
the bell, man.
This is insane.
Ring the Chihuahua bell, man.
Biz, please listen, brother. If you walk into a room and it just happens to be an A&R in that room, this is, late 90s, early 2000s, and let's say you cleaning up, whatever, and you just humming, you singing to yourself, you got your headphones in, and they hear you. They're like, well, damn, that's some talent right there. I'm going to make him or her famous. They sit down with you, say, hey, I think you are amazing. Your voice is amazing. Would you mind coming down to the studio and just recording a demo with us? You go there, you record your demo. Sir, you may have no intentions on being a singer, but you're still blessed with the talent. Someone else who knows how to take your talent and package it up and sell it to the populace
They will make you famous, which will automatically garner influence. So, sir, that does not mean you're charismatic. You yourself may be, you may have 2 left feet. You may not be able to, they like, hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. Like what did Dame Dash say about Kanye? Hey, we'll just throw Cam on every beat. We'll just hide Kanye. But we want his beats. His production is so good. We don't think he's talented. And as far as rapping, we don't think he's charismatic. We want the production that we can leverage, and that, sir, catapulted him to the stage he's on.
And guess what?
They never said they didn't think he was charismatic.
And guess what? Kanye is bigger than Cam. What does that say?
And Jay-Z.
I would even challenge that and say Milli Vanilli. These was 2 niggas that couldn't sing.
They needed charisma.
But the fact that they had charisma was the reason why they got old.
You're making my point.
You just made the point.
No, sir, you were making my point.
Manufactured.
Had no talent,
but they had charisma.
Right. So Viz.
Okay, then. So again, bro, if they are able to reach the level of celebrity, especially at the point that they did, how is it that you cannot
let me help you? Let me help you. You have to in today's society, most people become famous due to charisma and then some talent mixed in there. In the years of yesteryear, when we grew up, you didn't get famous off charisma. You know why? Because there was no social platforms for people to fall in love with you. You had to have a talent.
You didn't need social platforms. You had BET.
Social platforms.
Listen. BET is not a social platform. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about advertising and promotion for visibility in front of the people. That's where you. Why would you need a social platform? No, brother, you're saying in yesteryear, right? So I'm assuming you're using social platform in terms of connection with people. Yes.
No, he's talking about discovery, Rilla. The discovery of a talent. You feel what I'm saying?
Now on Instagram, right now we're on YouTube. If I could sing, I could just start singing, and y'all all are exposed to me now. Why? Because we're on a social platform. We came here to be social, to see acts or whatever we came to see. We didn't have that when we were growing up. So people only invested in people who had talent. They did not invest in charisma. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
How you selling charisma? Vince, tell me how you selling charisma in the 90s. Please explain it to me. Go ahead.
90 they have videos,
bro. They had videos. They had
videos. You did a whole promo tour the same way you do now. You have radio promo. Yeah, you have radio promo, concert tour.
Y'all not listening. Tell me. Listen.
You just asked me a question and I just answered it.
And you're not. No. Okay, go ahead, Biz. Answer the question.
Reframe the question because I just answered it.
In the 90s, how did you sell charisma? Don't attach talent to it. Just sell a person with charisma. Go ahead.
Interviews.
Interviewing about what? But interviewing them about what?
Anything.
You don't just interview people about.
Let me help you out. Choreographers, stylists, and
these are talents. Do y'all not hear talent attached to everything y'all are talking about? You take JR, and JR be up here just chilling, right? Let's say JR can't cut hair, JR can't fix a car, he can't dance, flip, sing, rap, act. He can't do nothing.
How do you?
All he know how to do is host. How do you sell charisma? Like, you're gonna interview him about what? Hey, you're charismatic. I want to interview and talk about what?
So use those three things and make an artist under that, and you give them instant charisma. You learn to dance, you style right, you learn your choreography. Someone is magnetized, which is the other, or magnetism to what you're presenting. What you present.
Marcus, how many people y'all recruited UConn off charisma? Just charisma.
So wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
That was the other side.
If you use your same artist that you brought up with Jay-Z, right? he did not have to use his social media. He still to this day doesn't use social media.
Talent.
Right? But his talent, he's not the most talented rapper.
You don't have
He's
to
good.
be the most talented. You have to be talented, though. What are you talking about?
It wasn't his talent that elevated him to where he was. It was more so his
Without the
charisma.
talent, he couldn't have been elevated at all. Can you start a rap career? Wait, Trev,
Okay.
do you think you have
What
charisma?
about-
Trev, do you have charisma?
Sure.
Can you go be a battle rapper right now?
I'm too old.
No, you're not.
That's nothing to do with age.
What are you
Nothing
talking
to do
Well,
with
if
age.
we talking about battle
but-
rapping, that's different.
No, sir.
Now
Somebody
you're
could be like
making it
a,
Can you go
obscure.
be in
Now
the
you're making it
NBA right now?
obscure.
Can you go to the NBA right now?
definitely not.
Can you be an
So what
actor
does that
right
have
now?
to do with charisma?
Surely.
It has everything to do
You
with
can be
it.
an actor?
It has everything to do with charisma
Do you have
Yes.
experience
or
acting?
ability or ability.
Yes.
Okay, so can you go be a singer
Watch.
right now?
Watch.
No.
Why? You got charisma. Why can't you go be a singer?
Shit,
Well,
there's plenty of
technically
people
you
who
can.
say
Charisma
that
in
can't say.
what?
You can
Charisma in
at
what?
this point.
Charisma to do
At
it.
this point.
Can you go be a
Wait,
dancer
wait,
right
wait.
now, Trev?
Hey Trev,
go be
you
a
can
dancer?
flip it. I have
AI.
charisma and other things.
AI.
Can you
Not
go
what
be a
you
dancer
pointed
right
out.
now, Trev?
Say what?
Can you go be a dancer right now? Professional dancer.
No, I wouldn't even try it.
Why? But you have charisma. Why can't you go
What
be a
does that
dancer?
have to do with dance?
When did I say that you needed charisma to be a dancer?
I didn't say you said that. I'm asking you if you have charisma, since we're acting like charisma is the thing that's getting all these people to where they are. Why can't you go wherever you want to be?
I'm not saying that. My
Hey,
my
Trev.
argument was about
I think
the presidency. That was it. I never brought it all the way down that rabbit hole with y'all. I
So
left
do you
that
think?
alone.
So you know, my bad, Marcus. Hold on one second. So you know, Trev, that to be the president involves an election. If you can't sell people,
Yep.
Can you become president just off charisma?
Charisma is going to be the main determining factor.
No, your ability, your salesmanship is going to be the main determining
if
factor.
I may give an example,
I'll tell you
Vivek-
this: if you
Vivek
don't have charisma,
Ramaswamy-
there's no way you're going to be president.
What are we talking about?
Vivek Ramaswamy exudes. That man is oozing no Diddy charisma. It's just coming out of his pores. No Diddy. So that man was extremely charismatic, and he lost. There was no way he was ever going to become the runner for the Republican Party at all. It was never going to happen.
Can Cory Booker become the president? Does Cory Booker have
Cory
charisma?
Booker?
He doesn't have enough.
Alive. No.
Does Cory Booker have charisma?
No.
But he's a
Not
senator.
enough.
But he's a senator. Now he's just moving all
Yo,
over. the
y'all
place.
making real silly arguments right now.
You making my point.
Mark, as you were
He said
saying,
everything.
the gentleman
You
had
making my-
charisma,
you making my point.
but his
You're
politics
making my point.
stopped him from getting further. But he was polarizing, and he did magnetize people to
Who,
him.
Vivek, you talking
now,
about? Or
Trev, when someone's coming at you like that, you're a great interviewer. You're very charismatic when you're sitting across from somebody, but he wouldn't dare mention that. And you do magnetize people to how you speak, your talking style, and how you interview. So now, if somebody was to ask you that, guess what Trevor say? Of course, I have a bag of that even too. You understand? So when you start snatching like grapes and apples out of the air for things that he can see that you can't do to try to diminish the point of what we read.
I'm gonna tell y'all something about stupid niggas. See, stupid niggas think that you're supposed to question people about the talent that they have to try to make your point. No, we're talking about charisma. So if you have charisma,
he's trying to trip you up.
If charisma is the number one ingredient, it shouldn't matter what subject matter we talk about.
Because stupid niggas that try to make their points off of you by putting things that you cannot do.
That's
so
trash.
You have to answer
That's
that
trash.
leans to them.
If
That's
you're
what
That's just like saying
charisma-
you need gas. Gas is what's making your car run. That doesn't mean you could run it without oil or any.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Trev. I'm gonna ask you this, Trev. What do you do without the talent? What does charisma allow you to do without the talent?
Become a Kardashian.
What do they do?
Lay on your back and
Socialites.
Tell me again. Well, you got to be good at being a socialite. Everybody can't just be a socialite. Don't act like that ain't a talent.
No, they're not particularly good at that though, Trev.
Well, listen, you again. So
Right.
maybe Rilla, maybe you can answer it because
Right.
Trev couldn't answer it.
Hey, Marcus,
You
for
tell
the
me.
stupid people
I
in the
answered
back
it. You
row,
just didn't
remember
like the
that?
answer.
Remember
What was
that
your
felon
answer?
that got out of jail that had the
Trev,
baby
what
with
was
the
your answer?
billionaire girl? He was very
Trev, what's your answer?
charismatic. He was
So
so
which question?
charismatic. He had a baby with a billionaire's
Which
daughter.
question?
I asked the question, what do
And
you
all the
do
women online was loving him,
with
right?
charisma alone without a talent? What do you do?
What talent he
Again,
had,
that
but
was
knocking up
never
a
something
billionaire's
that I
daughter.
said.
I didn't
said
say
you
you said
literally
it,
What I
Trev.
just said.
I'm not attacking.
I just gave you the I
your
just gave you the example of that being your main component, which would be the gas in your car.
No,
But
no,
you're
sir.
still
You
going
didn't
to need
answer
to
my
put oil in your
question, though.
engine.
But my
That is
question
answering
to
your
you
question.
is,
It's a main
I didn't-
component,
I
but it
didn't
doesn't
say-
mean it's the absolute. It's not the only
Right.
component.
So again, you need a
How-
talent. Otherwise, charisma does nothing.
That
Y'all
was
Okay,
never
like
we
Marcus.
never who argued that? I've never argued that. The
Marcus,
only thing that I
let me
ever
you
said
regurgitate
was
what
that
I
it was
just
the
said.
major component. It was the
Okay.
main thing.
Listen,
That's what brought him over the top was his
No,
charisma. I didn't say
but
he
it ain't
lacked
about okay.
anything
Gentlemen,
else.
gentlemen, I said that Barack Obama. I said Donald Trump has accomplished more than Barack Obama.
Which is not true.
That's subjective.
That's not subjective. It's in black and white.
Second thing
No,
I
it's
said
not.
was
Educational
Depends on what
wise.
you. It
Are you
depends on
serious?
what. It depends on what you
Mark,
consider
are you
to be
serious?
accomplishments.
Educational wise?
the second thing I
Well,
said
went to
was
intellect?
Donald
Oh,
Trump.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I was thinking you was talking politically. I wasn't talking about education.
The second thing I said was Donald Trump has no
Shake your head at me like
charisma.
that, Katie. But come on, man.
And that's
But
wrong
y'all
too.
are saying that he used charisma to be the president. What he
Donald
did
Trump
was,
doesn't
By
have
definition,
charisma.
which Kenny
what
read to
he
us several
did
times.
was he appealed to a group of people who were being ignored.
Bro, Donald Trump.
Again, I'm gonna say this again. He appealed to a group of people who were being ignored.
He
What
appealed to
about
When people
Wait, hold
campaign
on,
against,
man.
when people
Stimulus.
campaign,
what
in
about
swing
all
states,
of the years?
they're all doing that.
What about all of the years that black people
About to move
acknowledge
the
Donald Trump?
goalposts.
Say that again.
Moving.
What about all of the years that black people acknowledge Donald Trump?
I'm so confused because all these coon ass niggas is now calling him a racist.
I,
So explain that to me.
I
Explain
agree.
that to me.
In which
No. Explain to me, Viz,
And I can
how
post
all
it.
these people was rocking with
I
him,
can call
and now
him
he
a
a racist.
racist, and I have the
I
information rather than the
personally
banter.
don't understand that because again,
Because they never was rocking with him.
they was rocking with him. They were told. They were.
You're talking
in my
about.
opinion,
You're talking about celebrity rappers. You're talking about celebrity boxers. You're talking about promoters. You're
And
not
people,
talking about the general. How was they rocking with him? Give me the
Hey,
example.
Viz, let's
of-
get
he
back to the
was
point.
rocking with Trump.
He was on everyday black people television, bro.
How does that? What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Oh my gosh. So how was they rocking with him? Because somebody said, "Hey, you'll be a great guest on the show. Come on my show today."
Why the fuck else would black people bring a white man that they claim to be racist on a black television show?
So what was they rocking with about him then? Tell
His
me what they
charisma.
rocking with.
No, it wasn't his charisma at all.
Let's touch. Okay, Mark.
Yeah,
Let's touch
what?
on the talent part. I said it to
telling you,
Marcus.
They was
Remember the
rocking with his
felon, the
charisma.
handsome felon that got
Listen,
out of jail.
Mark,
He had
Mark,
no
when he
talent
could
but
do
knocking up a
nothing for
billionaire's
them,
daughter.
They was rocking with his
He's the
charisma.
thing all
Now
over
he's the
line. Very
president. He can do
charismatic.
so
He
much
said,
for
"You
them.
don't.
Now
If
he
you
a
don't
racist.
have talent, you can't be charismatic." The guy's talent was coming out of jail, being a heartthrob, knocking up a billionaire's daughter, and living high on the hog after that.
You talking about
Marcus,
the
you
light
are-
skin
Jer-
dude with
Jeremy
the
Weeks.
light color eyes?
Jeremy Meeks
Jeremy
is his
Meeks.
name.
He
Well,
actually
look, hey, I
became a model.
dropped three articles in the back. I don't know if JR want to pull them up or not, but so it talks about how Donald Trump is misunderstood, and one of his key traits is charisma. And all of these articles are discussing him being a charismatic leader, but they break down the examination and critically explain why he's charismatic, even though it does not appear that way to us.
Oh,
to the
stop right there. Perfect.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that, Marcus. Now you're making the point that I was trying to make about Michael Jordan. See, we all thought what we thought about Michael Jordan from the outside looking in, but all the people on the inside didn't think that.
Did not think he was charismatic at all. Yeah,
So
no.
help me understand why I'm trying to make these points to these brothers, but they're not listening. They hear what they want to hear.
Will, I think the point of contention is this: that even though we don't consider somebody charismatic, they can be charismatic to another group.
I understand that.
Because they exist in there, they're charismatic.
Then everybody's charismatic. Then everybody's charismatic.
Somebody, right?
I must have missed that on Last Dance. Who said Michael Jordan wasn't charismatic on the Last Dance?
They didn't like him, bro.
That don't mean he wasn't charismatic.
No, if they don't like you, you're not charismatic
like
to them.
you, so you can't be charismatic because they don't
crazy work.
How can you be charismatic to a person that don't like you?
Easy. It's in the definition. Kenny, read the definition.
Wait. That's why I asked you. Hey, Will. That's why I asked
Kenny,
you.
read the definition again, bro.
Someone who possesses strong personal appeal or magnetism, often drawing people to them with their engaging personality and ability to influence others.
Does that sound positive or negative, Rilla? That definition.
It does not matter.
It does matter because charm. No, it's not a different part. Because you yourself, Kenny, tried to mash all the definitions together, right? Is charm a positive or a negative attribute?
No. I'm just
that's a part of
specifically
being
saying the Michael
charismatic.
Jordan piece. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole with y'all.
How many villains?
I'm saying the Michael Jordan
are
piece.
charming.
Hey, what's all right?
You said because Pippen don't like Jordan. Jordan ain't charismatic. That's crazy.
I got a question. Okay. So I don't know if everyone knows or remembers this rapper, but Lil B. Y'all remember Lil B?
Yeah, Lil B.
The bass guy.
The bass guy.
Did he have charisma?
Very charismatic.
Absolutely.
Whether you agreed with him or not.
Because he has zero talent.
He has zero talent.
Negative 100 talent.
But the fact,
-9,000.
but the fact that his confidence
Will look at these articles
enough to rap off beat.
Marcus, I'm looking at them. Yeah.
Did Soldier Slim? Well, no, wait.
No, you talking
about
Soldier Murder or what's the young brother? I know you talking about
Soldier Boy.
No,
not Soldier Boy.
No, the young the Master P.
Yeah, he was on
Romeo.
Silk the
Shocker. Did Silk the Shocker have charisma?
No.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
What are you talking about?
Did you not see Hot Boys?
No charisma.
No,
have you ever seen an interview with this guy?
How
that's
the
like
hell
saying the
else?
Island Twins got charisma. You think them niggas got charisma?
Master P got charisma.
Yes, they
do.
How else do they become celebrities, bro?
Because Silk the Shocker had talent, and his brother had a whole bunch of money that he put behind him
Who
to
had
market his
talent?
brother.
Wait,
Silk
who
the
had
Shocker
talent?
Silk the Shocker.
Y'all tripping, man.
Hey,
What?
You said you a battle rapper?
He was nice.
You said you a battle?
Go back and listen to his lyrics.
He got bars.
Yo,
He got
Mark
bars,
trolling
man.
at
He
this
got a lot
point.
of
Mark
bars.
is
Battle
definitely
rapper?
trolling.
He
Mark
got
is
a lot of
trolling.
bars. I used to be a battle rapper, Kenny. Used to be. He got a lot of bars. Lilla laughing. That's crazy work.
Mark, stop trolling, man.
I'm not
Marcus
trolling,
got
bro.
charisma.
I was a fan. Master P ain't had no bars, but he had bars.
Hey, I never thought I'd see an East Coast nigga saying Silk the Shocker.
I'm telling you,
Never,
bro.
yo.
Hey,
had
no,
East Coast.
He ain't East Coast.
Mark Zuckerberg got charisma.
Mark Zuckerberg is a charismaless lizard.
Hey, that's raisin in the potato salad. Wait. Give me a Silk the
cranberries
Shocker bar, man. I want to hear a Silk the Shocker bar.
What's the Microsoft dude name? Bill Gates got charisma.
No,
Yeah,
none
he
at all.
losing charisma. I want to hear this Silk the Shocker bar, man.
What's old Amazon CEO name?
Bezos, yeah, he got a ton of
Jeff
charisma.
Bezos got charisma.
He got that badge.
Bezos definitely got charisma.
Yep. And Diz, you got charisma. Viz, every last one of your clients got charisma. And they're
just listen to Charge It to the Game and Made Man and come back and
I got a
talk to me next week.
7-month-old daughter. She got charisma.
She does.
I thought I got charisma. Yeah, everybody got charisma.
Y'all
y'all
got
niggas
charisma.
Like y'all, like we gotta keep it a buck here. So
Hey, we are.
some people
Mexican
do
peso.
have.
We're gonna keep it a Mexican peso. Let's go.
Some people do have more charisma than others.
No,
But
everybody got the
everyone-
same amount of charisma.
Everyone,
you don't have the
that's,
right.
that's not
You don't have
what
the
I'm
right
saying.
to diminish someone's charisma, sir.
What my point is that every celebrity has charisma.
And everybody who pay those celebrities got charisma. And everybody that celebrities is
every
entertaining have
person on this planet in some way, shape, or form, to a person has
So what we
some
talking
type
about?
of charisma.
So let's stop talking about
That's
this.
not what
Everybody
we're
got
speaking about, though. We talking
I know
about
that's
in a
not what we're
general
speaking
sense,
about.
a
Y'all
general
are the
consensus.
ones moving the goalposts.
No, y'all said
My whole point.
y'all
my
said
whole
Donald
point.
Trump got elected because of his charisma. Y'all the ones
Donald
crazy.
Trump
And I
did
stand-
get
and I
elected
stand on
because
it.
of his
You've been
charisma.
Wait, you
you've
think
been
Donald Trump got
taking
elected because of his policies?
and pulling a Tom
Yes,
Brady
his
with the
policies is what got him
goalposts.
elected.
Man,
Are
y'all,
you,
y'all
hold on.
You've been
Are
throwing
you,
it into
are
the
you
crowd,
telling me,
gang. Like
really?
you treating it like a javelin at the what was the Olympic 96 Olympics, man? You throwing a javelin, that's the goalpost. That's you, gang.
Mark,
It's gone. It's out of
Mark,
here.
Mark, Rilla
It's gone,
said
man.
that. Hey, Mark,
Wait
Rilla
a minute. I'm
said
following
that
the
Donald
goalpost,
Trump.
man.
Hey, Mark,
It's gone.
Rilla said that Donald Trump didn't get elected off his policies. He got elected off his charisma.
Hey,
Rilla.
Mark. Hey,
Rilla.
hey, Will said Donald Trump got elected off his policy.
What are you
did.
talking
you not
about? What's so
understand,
funny?
Hey, the fact that y'all sit out here in one breath
Bro,
talk
do you
about how
do you ever
stupid
watch
voters
any of those
are,
street interviews when
people
they
don't.
ask people at the rally what's up and what they really doing? You
This
think it's
is
really possible?
crazy.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
you're telling
but
me
you
that
don't really
Donald
know
Trump got
anything.
elected off
the
charisma
policy.
and not policy? Is that what
Hold
you
on, let's-
believe, Rilla?
mainly.
Let's go down
I'm not
Trev.
saying
Wow.
that's how I
Let's go down
vote.
Trev's
I'm talking
rabbit
about
hole. Trev, you said,
Go
do
ahead.
we ever watch the interviews from the rallies?
You said interviews from the rallies.
No, you said, do we watch like the 808 interviews at the rallies or something like that? What did you ask?
No, I didn't say that.
You literally just asked, did we not watch the interviews from the rallies?
If you watch them rallies, dude was funny as hell. He wasn't funny.
Oh, Jordan Klepper.
Jordan
No,
Klepper is a left wing.
Don't matter. He was funny.
No, listen to the point. I don't care. The interviews are hilarious, right? I thought they was funny as hell myself. But you're not going to take the interviews of competent people. You're only going to take the interviews from incompetent people and show the world.
Cool.
Just like if you was a right wing what do you call the correspondent, and you went to a Democratic rally, you're not going to show the interviews of the Democratic supporters who can articulate themselves and make sense. You're
How
going
about
to
when
show
Fox
the
has
ones of
them
the
on?
dumb Democrats who
Wait,
can't put two sentences together.
How about when Fox has them on? How about when Fox goes into the restaurants, right? And it's in there interviewing local people because they want to show you real time.
Oh, that's
Okay.
what I said. I said that. I said street interviews.
Wait, hold on.
You said rally
Really,
interviews.
really, every
I just want to make
platform
sure.
does that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm strictly laughing at, and I'm serious with this. No, Donald Trump got elected off his personality and charisma.
I heard you.
People are voting for him to not articulate one policy.
I heard your claim.
And
Biden, watch this.
Biden got elected off of the fact that he ran with Obama.
That's a fact.
Listen.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but that doesn't negate that Donald Trump
listen.
Hold on, Will. Let me address Rilla for 1 second,
sure.
please. Let me address him for 1 second. Rilla,
yeah.
Where did Donald Trump, especially this last campaign run, talk about anything other than what he was going to do when he got in office?
I have no idea. I did not follow.
He stressed abortion.
So how could you say that?
Wait. So
ran on abortion.
Everything he talked about was policy.
Every last thing he talked about.
Wait. Listen, maybe we
you bugging?
We might be missing.
Did you watch the debate?
No, I'm not missing nothing. I'm with you.
I said we might be missing each other, right?
I'm with you.
saying the man got elected off his personality and charisma. Now, tell me where he got elected off it, where people are going into the polls. They come out, do the exit polls, and they're talking about, because of his policies.
I'm gonna tell you right now. You want to hear?
I'm gonna tell you
immigration right now.
Immigration was the biggest problem that
wait. You asked the question, Rilla.
Immigration was the primary thing that he talked about, and that was the biggest concern of every American on the
I'm not talking about what he talked about.
So let me explain it to you.
He didn't articulate his policy.
Let me explain it to you.
He didn't run on policy.
Let me explain it to you.
Okay, explain it to me, brother.
So Donald Trump ran as a Republican. Do Democrats vote for Republicans?
No,
I'm about to explain it to you.
Went somewhere else rather than staying on.
I'm about to explain it to you.
Democrats do not vote for Republicans.
Okay, now watch this. We have 7 swing states in the United States of America. Those states usually are blue. Those states went unanimously. All of them was red.
You know why they were all red? Because he appealed
Policy.
to policies that
crazy.
these people cared about. These people don't even like him and voted
Well,
for him.
the numbers were low, right? So
It don't
a
matter
lot of
if
people-
they're low. What are we
yes, it
talking about?
does. And you didn't hold up, man.
Bro,
hold
if
up.
you win a state,
People didn't
now
show
you
up. People
Let me
didn't
ask you a
show up
question.
because they
Do
were
we-
not
did we
enthusiastic
ever look at
about
the number?
the Democratic
look at the
candidate.
numbers
The
when
numbers
Barack
were
won?
some of the
Yeah.
lowest recorded.
When Barack
Even though
won,
his
did we look at the
wins,
numbers?
listen, hold up. Even though his wins were good, right? He had wins. He beat every single swing state. The numbers for him were all lower than normal. That's a
Cool.
problem.
it's
Meaning
not a
that a lot of Democratic, listen, hold up. If you listen, just because the Democratic supporters were not enthusiastic enough to come out and vote. That's what I'm saying. Whereas
Okay,
the
so
other
now
people-
you're not helping your claim because the claim is he people voted for him off charisma. If Democrats stop turning out to vote, that just means he just got the same base of people that he was gonna get. And if the Democrats would have did a better job, their people would have came out and voted, and he would have lost. So he
It
did
still
not
does not
win on
disqualify. He
charisma.
won those.
Will,
that
you
doesn't
think you need
disqualify. I
charisma?
don't know how that
On
disqualifies the
charisma.
point.
You
It still
literally
does not
just said,
disqualify
Disqualify the win at all.
hold on, gentlemen.
You need
You
charisma.
literally said his numbers was low. So help me understand this, Viz. If a normal Republican gets this many votes and to win, Donald Trump gets this many votes and win, how are we using charisma as the reason for why he won?
Will,
He
can you
still
have a
won off
profile
for being
with
He
charisma?
still went
charismatic.
off of the charisma
Now
because it
we
was
have
over
to
his policies.
peel back
Wait,
the
what?
layers of people that
That was
did
his
vote,
best act. That
and
was
the
his
other
best
ones that
attribute.
went from
That
blue
still
to
would put him
red.
over the top.
This is
You
insane.
have to
Wait,
factor in the ones that did not vote and the ones that flopped from blue to red because they didn't like what they saw.
We're gonna attach charisma. We're gonna take a person who has
I was magnetized to
Wait,
what
wait,
you put,
Will,
so I
Will,
swung from
Will,
Democrat to Republican.
Will.
Let me-
One of the wait, hold on. One of the biggest reasons why a lot of
You
people
sold
voted.
me. You
Hold,
sold me on
wait,
your
hold on,
case.
Kenny. Hold on, Kenny.
My
One of the
bad.
biggest reasons why a lot of people voted for Donald Trump is because he went against the system.
right.
That takes charisma. That takes being bold. That's a clear reason why a lot of people aligned with him. Like I don't understand how that's not being.
Viz, can I please ask you a question, brother?
Of course.
Does it take charisma to disagree with a policy? Does,
No.
yes or no? It's a yes or no answer.
To boldly stand against,
Sir,
what
does it
people have-
take charisma to disagree with a policy, sir?
No.
The answer is no. Now, does it?
I believe so. I think if you are willing to go against the grain, that
So
takes some type of charisma.
In order for me to, so
Viz attached charisma to everything.
man, this man.
I mean,
Viz,
that's just how I see it.
Viz,
Personally,
to pick out a polyester suit or a cotton suit, does that take charisma?
Hell yeah.
No, I'm saying just to choose.
I can't.
Like let me try I'll try the cotton one. Did that take charisma?
So you saying
That's
that
what it
microphone
is.
You about to move the goalpost about the cotton suit.
let's what movie was that? I think I'm gonna get you sucker.
Look at the goalpost moving right now. It's gone.
No, this ain't moving the goalpost.
No, you're trying to find somebody that did something unique that nobody ever has done and push the envelope so far. You want to use the goldfish high heels?
Yeah. That don't take charisma.
Viz, why are you using an exception to the rule outcome and think we wouldn't look at that as some form of possible charisma? I'm talking about, and what Mark is talking about is just a normal thing. Hey man, I don't like these policies. Let me verbalize I don't like these policies. Now I got charisma because I said I don't like the policies. I don't like the former president's policies. Now I got charisma. I don't like the social norm. I don't agree with the LGBTQIA plus 912,014,865 letters. I don't agree with that. So now I got charisma. That ain't charisma, sir. That's just taking a stand for something.
If he's a leader, this is a leader.
This is a man that has been in a position of power for
Cory Booker
decades.
was running for president. If he would have said the same things that Donald Trump said, would you say Cory Booker has charisma?
I don't even know who Cory Booker is.
Cory Booker is the lamest of lames.
What about Colin? What was this? Colin Powell. Colin Powell. If he said the
I'm
same
not
thing,
from,
Trump
I'm not
said,
from New Jersey, so how the hell am I supposed
Mark,
to know?
you're reaching now.
how am I reaching? I'm just using an example. Colin Powell, he at one point either ran or was considering running as the for presidential candidacy. No. So
He just
if
put
he
his
said
name
the
up
same
there.
thing,
He said no. He said vehemently said no.
sir, I said he was either running at one point or considering. He did consider. If he said the same things that Donald Trump said, would you instantly attribute charisma to him?
No,
Colin
because
Powell.
they're two different entities. No, they're two. He doesn't conduct himself like that.
Your
So
delivery
the way
is part
you
of
can
it.
try to do it, as for the case model, is what that man over there tried to do. As for like take the tape recorder out of his head and put it in colon, but they're two different type of people.
Listen, brother, the point is
Did
this.
Yao Ming have charisma?
Who?
Yao Ming.
Center, Houston Rockets, bad feet.
Did
He
he
a
have
celebrity.
Bad
Biz,
news.
don't go against your logic. He a celebrity.
Hey, I mean, he might have had charisma amongst the
Listen,
Asians.
This brother Viz, man, you going down this hill. Get the caskets out.
It was our time. Jabby never was devil, and he was quick.
Hey, I'm willing to die on that hill that if you are able to influence people in a way that you can get a group of people to stand behind you, be it if you're a lame, if we see you as a lame, a certain specific demographic, we see you as a lame and another demographic doesn't, then yes, you have to have some type of charisma, in my humble opinion.
You are absolutely right. If you can influence people, you do have charisma. I agree with you 100%. But you have to be the influence. It cannot be your celebrity. You cannot take Mark, who's a battle rapper, and then take me, who's not a battle rapper. We are identical twins. Let's just hypothetically go with me. We're identical twins. We walk into a room, we're talking the same talk. Mark gets on the stage and he raps, battle raps. I'm just there supporting my twin brother. Mark will have the influence. I probably wouldn't, because they will be attaching the influence to his celebrity or fame in the arena of battle rapping. That, sir, means you need to attach to something. If I will be able to garner the influence, they'll be like, he has real charisma because he's doing this off his own merit, not off of a talent that maybe he was blessed with, or that somebody just highlight, like gave him, so to speak, by trying to market him.
Does Diddy have charisma?
Yes,
unfortunately, the answer is yes. Unfortunately,
Definitely.
Did he build something with no talent?
That's a fact.
Zero
talent.
Of other people.
He built it.
Wait.
He built it
off of other people, right?
Wait.
No.
Somebody just
listen,
say Diddy built something with no talent?
Huh?
Diddy had no talent himself. He has no talent.
Sean Combs?
Are you out your mind? Hey, Mark, you too young. Mark, you too young. Don't pull your card right now.
You too young.
I was around.
No, you definitely wasn't around for Uptown. You couldn't have been around for Uptown.
Definitely wasn't around.
I listened to him. I listened to him on the radio.
When he was a promoter,
right? For 5MC.
You know how you had to sell yourself as a promoter?
I think these brothers don't realize what no talent means is not. See, people can work hard and they can develop a skill. See, because you develop a skill don't mean you have a talent. Talent is something you usually are. Talent is something you usually inherit. You don't develop talent.
Crazy.
Wait. What did Puff develop?
A skill.
At what?
Producing, marketing, managing, creating. You're not born
crazy.
Who's
wait.
Who's a born producer?
That's crazy.
Hold on one second. I'm also a producer. When I first started, listen to me. When I first started producing music, I understood chords because I had a talent. I was born with an ear. I now have a skill because I spent 100,000 hours beating on my craft. There's a
10,000?
difference.
Okay.
A
There's
difference
a
in what,
difference.
Mark? A difference in what?
The difference is I put in the work to develop
You
a
saying Puff
skill.
didn't? We talking about Puff.
Yes,
Right.
but he's not
you said, wait.
talented.
Is a
He's not
That's
talented.
skill.
I'm just-
He's
bro,
not
listen,
talented.
I'm just
He
saying,
developed a
that's crazy.
skill to be
How did he-
persuasive and sell. He's not talented musically
Okay,
at all.
so Mark,
Sir,
can
I'm
I
not
ask you
talented.
That's
something?
crazy.
I am
was
not
Puff-
talented in that
Was
regard.
Puff before he started
My only
producing?
talent
Was
is-
he an exceptional dancer?
I don't know if Puff was a
Right.
dancer. I don't know, to be
He
honest.
was.
I can't tell you.
Father
Oh,
MC,
that's
he
what-
was
that's
on
what
the
stood out
stage.
as.
No,
And we're
Listen,
talking. All right, let me be clear. I'm talking
That's a
about the
talent.
talent that translated
wait.
to take him to the level he was
No,
at.
no. At Uptown, did he A&R Father MC, Mary J. Blige,
Yes, he did.
Jodeci? Did
Yes,
he
he did.
produce Father MC, Mary J. Blige, Jodeci?
Produced how?
it don't matter. It's a skill.
Wait.
Producing is a skill, not a talent.
Oh, so wait. So let me ask you this: is Quincy Jones talented?
No,
He's
Quincy-
Quincy Jones is talented and
he
skilled.
has
Quincy
an ear.
Jones is not
Listen,
talented.
Listen, sir, you
He's
asked
one
the
of the
question.
goats.
When you can hear, listen,
Crazy.
He has a
Hey,
skill.
remind me never to
Rilla,
talk
listen,
music
Rilla,
with y'all,
Rilla,
man.
Rilla, listen,
I'm with
listen
you
to
for
me.
people that
Rilla,
didn't know he
when
was a
you can hear-
musician.
Listen,
Remind me to never
Rilla.
talk. Y'all gonna tell me Jermaine
Rilla.
Dupri,
Rilla,
talent
Rilla,
I'm
was
about
with
to
right?
you.
explain it to you,
I
bro.
Jermaine
heard the
Dupri
man
is
over
talentless.
there.
He's
You
talented.
think
He
because-
just
say
sucks
that
at rapping.
he wasn't
You
talented.
think because somebody's
He was
saying
a
something you
musician.
disagree with,
He was
you
a
listen, let
musician.
them make the argument. Here's my
He was a
argument.
musician.
Some people have a talent where they can hear
Before he was a
music.
producer, he was a musician.
You can hear music, right? You can hear it and you can pick up on things that the average person can't pick up on. Then you have to hone that skill because it doesn't give you the ability just because you can hear the music just to pick up an NPC. I mean, help me understand this, bro. What are you not?
Y'all
understanding?
wilding, fam.
All right, do you think DJ Khaled is talented? You think DJ Khaled is talented, Rilla?
Do I think he was
Yes.
born with talent or inherently talented? I think he
You
got
know
it.
the answer is no.
No,
come on,
I would
stop
say
it.
yes.
Even
because
when
he
he
has
was
a-
beating Novocaine, he
Hey,
didn't have
Mark,
no
do you
talent.
wanna
A
consume
special
an answer or tell
athletic
us what it
creative
is?
or
Does he have an ear? Does he have
Rilla,
an
listen
ear
to this.
for?
I'm gonna try to make
Does he
it
have
make
an
sense
ear
by
for a
telling you
hit?
this.
Okay.
You have a doctor.
Wait, Mark,
who's a
you're in
surgeon.
music. Does
You have
DJ
a doctor.
Khaled have an ear for hits?
Rilla,
Clive Davis has an ear for a hit and
Okay,
can't push a
let's
note.
stay on DJ
Listen.
Khaled. Let's not move.
we done with that. Rilla, listen
Does
to this.
DJ
If you
Khaled
are
has
a
a
surgeon,
does he have an ear for hits?
Yes,
you go to
he can
school.
hear what sounds good and what doesn't.
That's a talent.
Hey, Rilla,
Bro,
pay attention to
listening.
this real quick. I want to make sure. Okay, cool. Listen, if you are a surgeon, you go to school
You can't
and you
make
learn
music,
about
bro.
medicine. You learn about surgical procedures. Your talent with what you're born with is your steady hand. That's something that you were born with. You cannot train that steady hand. You are born. Everybody can't be a surgeon because everybody doesn't have the poise and the calmness and the steadiness of hand. That's a talent that you can't teach.
It's not a talent.
So, Merriam-Webster, talent, definition and meaning: a special, often athletic, creative, or artistic aptitude.
You can't teach it. It's there.
You
You were
can't
born
teach
with
a
it.
So
steady
again,
hand.
so
That's not
wait,
a talent.
so wait. So when you talk about Puff in the early up, and I'm just talking about Puff, right? Right. I'm wherever else y'all want to take it with all these others. Every time somebody say A, it's gonna be B and C and D.
Now
No, I'm
let's
saying
talk about
Puff.
Puff. Let's
I'm
talk
saying
about
Puff
Puff.
because we said Puff not talented.
Let's
Yes,
talk about
Puff
Puff.
is not
That's
talented.
Puff is not talented. Okay, so now I'm saying early Uptown days. KP talked about him as a dancer. I'm talking about him as a
MC. He
for
danced
Father
for
MC.
you know.
Yeah. Him as an A&R, and you also talked about promotion and marketing, which I
Yep.
think is a talent. That shit ain't
Mhm.
easy. That ain't no fucking skill set
And-
you easily learn.
Calculus ain't easy either. You ain't born knowing
You said
it.
what? You said what?
Calculus ain't easy either. You
Oh,
ain't born
you see
knowing
how
it.
every
I
time? Well,
would
wait. You see how every time
No,
I say
I'm
A,
giving you an
then y'all
example.
come back and say B.
No, I'm talking
That's
to you about Puff.
crazy.
Listen.
No,
listen.
but we ain't talking calculus with Puff.
No, I'm talking to you about Puff.
What does calculus have to do with Puff?
I gave you an analogy. Listen, you tell me outside
Y'all
of maybe.
crazy.
Okay, but see, you keep saying we crazy and you're not
Y'all
listening
are.
to what the defense I'm making. Or
Don't
the
say y'all.
argument I'm making.
Let me hear.
So
The only argument that I think you can make for Puff being talented is something in his oral ability. His ability to speak may be his talent because he may. I don't think you're paying attention to what I'm saying.
No, I was
No,
reading
because you're
Bruiser.
talking,
Okay,
You
so
said,
that's problematic.
Puff
wait, I
came
just
on the
want
scene
to
because
make
he
sure.
could dance.
You said
He was a
Puff's
dancer
ability
with
to
all the
speak was
MCs
his
that
Okay,
talent.
so
worked his way
listen
up.
again. I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try
Okay.
this again. Puff has a lot of skills. Do we agree?
Sure,
Okay, skill A&R, is that a skill or a talent?
sure.
No, I'm
Both,
asking you.
both.
Okay, what about it is a talent?
The talent pieces, you have to have the ear.
The
You
ear
have
for
to have
what?
the ear, the ear for music, the ear for artists, for singing or rapping or whatever it is.
What ear?
Whatever
Okay,
music
okay.
you do.
Talent. You have to have the eye.
or you could,
Work with me
or
real
hold
quick.
on, Ken,
I
one
want
second.
to
You have
dive
to
into
have the
Hold on,
eye
one second,
and the
one
ear.
second.
That's
Hold on,
true
Mark.
too.
Wait. Let's dive into
Or,
what he's saying.
or you could have.
No, it's very simple. We don't need to deep dive.
I'm
It's
sorry,
artists and
brothers.
repertoire.
Bro,
It's artists and repertoire.
Yes,
It's very
yes, but
simple.
what else do you need? What else do you need?
Hold on. So you're
Hold on one
telling
second,
me
Will. No, this is important. What else do you need?
I don't know. I don't want to guess, Mark. Tell me what
You
else
need
do
a
you need?
business and a marketing mind. That's
For
what else
for
you need.
A&R?
Yes.
That's why it's called
You need-
artist and
Rilla,
repertoire. We're talking about
crazy,
catalog.
Hey,
We're talking
Rilla.
about catalog.
Hey,
It's
Rilla,
a
let's
game of
hold it to that.
possibility versus probability.
hold
What's
on,
the
Mark.
probability?
Mark,
Hold on one
second.
second. What's the probability that this artist will be successful?
Wait.
That's what A&R is about.
Wait, go back to your original. He has to have the marketability and what?
He has to have a business mind and a marketing mind.
Does he have that?
Yes, he does.
So check box.
That's where his talent lays. That's where his talent lays in business. That's his talent.
Wait.
It's
more
not
than
music.
That. It's more than that.
That's
you know how
crazy.
how many hits he in the studio with Derek Angelette and those other ones, Stevie J and them, that he said, okay, this song. And
yes,
those were hits?
because he understood the music business and what had the highest
Was
probability of being accepted by the masses.
Mark,
no, he was forging the road then. He was yo, this is wild to me. Yo, do you know he set the standard then? Like he shifted shit. There wasn't nobody doing what he was doing before he did it.
Okay.
The remix. He
Like,
was the
that's
what's the definition of entrepreneur? Someone who takes greater than normal financial risk.
Every time we say something,
listen, because it's important.
Every time I say something, no, it's not. We're talking about this
important.
thing, and every time we're right here, then I gotta interject calculus or I gotta interject entrepreneur. We're talking about
it's business.
And the fact that y'all said this man ain't got talent,
it's
business. Wild.
Rilla,
it's
do the song and dance with me for 1 minute. And let's see if I can answer your question.
No, hold on one second. I want to get this point across, and then I'm gonna be quiet. It's business. The word entrepreneur is applicable because he took a risk when he was trailblazing the way. And I agree with you. At a certain point, Bad Boy was blazing the way for other artists, paving the way, right? He was taking risks. There was nothing except his business acumen that made him take the risk and take that swing on those records because he thought they could be hits.
Yo,
he had nothing to base it off.
That's crazy. That what you're saying is crazy.
Hold on. So think about this for a second. When you talk about A&R, you talk about somebody who has an ear, right? And you say they can hear music.
An eye and the ear. You have to be able to see the artist and hear.
That's true too. Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Are you saying that all A&Rs have an ear?
No,
I don't. I can't say that because I don't know all.
So listen to me. If all A&Rs don't have an ear, we cannot just say, "Oh, Puff has an ear."
No. All A&Rs don't have a business mind either. G.
Okay, so why?
Or your marketing mind, whatever y'all saying.
I know. But listen, we're talking about Puff. Okay? I'm talking about Puff with you, Rilla.
Okay.
Listen to me, right?
Well, I'm going to interject, and you ain't gonna like it, but you gonna like it.
I'm going to color outside the lines a little bit to try to find examples because we can't use Puff to make examples about Puff.
We gotta exclude him because he checked all the boxes. Hey, yo, Rilla, it's funny how we have to exclude him because he checked all the boxes.
Rilla,
y'all crazy.
Yes or no?
So tell me a talented A&R. Tell me a talented A&R.
why we can't do this small little two-step, Rilla? Why I'm trying to stay engaged with you.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
And I'm
I can
asking
hear
you a
you.
question.
Of the remix,
Do
a lot of
we
tunes
make
that you and I
examples
used to
about
dance
Puff
to.
using Puff?
You said, do you?
Yeah, if I'm trying to drive a point home about Puff.
I mean, you could, but you I guess you want to bring something. Go ahead. I want to hear it.
No, I want to make sure we're on the same page. But I don't
go ahead. I want to hear it. I really do want to hear this
goalpost.
talentless Puff. I want to hear this.
Okay, listen to what I'm asking you.
Okay.
If I try to give you an example, I don't want you to say I'm moving the goalpost.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Go ahead.
It hurts the conversation from moving forward, right? I just want us to move forward amicably.
Okay.
You know,
I'll agree to it. I'll agree to it.
I run smart tech. You just a customer here.
All right, go for it. Let me hear this argument that Puff is talentless.
Hey, listen. So A&Rs don't mean you have an ear for music. You have to be able to spot talent. You can spot talent without understanding music. Can you not?
I'm trying to think of the A&R that doesn't have that ear. I'm just
okay. Well, hold on. Did Puff sign G-Dep?
Yes.
What was the talent?
What was the talent for him signing G-Dep?
G-Dep. What talent was G-Dep talented?
Rapper.
Yes.
Yes.
He was
very.
Yeah, he was a writer. He was a writer, and didn't he write for Puff on that Bad Boy album?
Yeah. Him and 50.
He signed Black Rob. Was Black Rob talented?
Absolutely.
Yes, very.
Wait. So their talent got them where?
I'm confused. Oh, you trying to make an earlier point? You trying to make like the talent?
No, I'm bringing this.
Got them where?
Listen.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
tying this to everything Diddy touched was not a biggie. Everything Diddy touched was not a 112.
Okay.
All right. So do you think if you saw the Locks rapping that you wouldn't sign them? I'm talking to you. Really?
Me for that time,
would you have signed?
I don't know that I would have, right? But I know because of who brought the Locks to him is one of the reasons why they got signed.
Would you have signed G-Dep?
I probably wouldn't have.
Okay. Would you have signed Black Rob?
I would have, yeah.
Would you sign Biggie?
Yeah.
Would you sign 112?
112. Yeah, I would have signed 112.
When there's exceptional talent, you will sign them. You will sign Total. You will sign 112. You will sign freaking Mace. Would you sign Loon?
Mace.
Maybe not. These dudes, everything that Diddy touched was not gold. Loon was not gold. G-Dep was not gold. Black Rob was not gold. These dudes wasn't. These wasn't the fountain. These dudes wasn't just a well full of money. So
agreed.
So just because he can spot some
Black Rob was gold. The Wolf
don't
song
mean
was
nothing. The Making the Band was a flop. That was
okay.
fine.
Okay.
So just because you can find talent or you can sign talent, don't mean you're a good A&R. Because let me tell you somebody who has a musical ear and can't sign talent to save his life. R. Kelly. R. Kelly's know music way better than Diddy know music.
I don't know about that.
He can sign talent. He used the music to foster his sexual
Listen, but hold on.
He was down there in Hyde Park Whistle.
Tell me one artist with all the records R. Kelly put out, and as long as his career was, tell me an artist that was signed to Rockland.
We don't have to because that's not who we talk about.
Sparkle out. He got Sparkle out.
Yeah, he got a few, but I don't think R. Kelly was an A&R. Wait. I don't think everybody that is here is an A&R.
The point I'm making is this: the point I'm making is this: when you have a record label and you can't rap or sing, you have to find talent.
Okay,
you're going to sign anything that you believe you can market, whether you fail at that job or not, because he failed at Black Rob, he failed at G-Dep.
He didn't fail.
No, he did not.
He made a boatload of money off of them. He just
all
didn't
three of them. Loon too.
Okay,
I wouldn't consider
we can stay within. So we can stay within the parameters of what we're talking about. In the music industry, A&R stands for Artist and Repertoire. In the division of record label responsible for talent scouting, artist development, and acting as a liaison between the artist and the label. A&R reps identify promising artists, help hone their skills, and negotiate contracts. They also play a role in production oversight, marketing, and promotion. A&R reps actively search for new musical talent, attending live performances, demos, online and platforms, etc. That means you have to have the eye, the ear, and the entrepreneurial skills. And he comes from a background where he danced with Father MC, and he was a promoter, and he had an ear for fine music. So I think all of that is a talent that encapsulated Bad Boy and made it as big as he was. So all the artists that was not successful, if you look at the greater scope of what he did, he was highly successful.
Yeah, he hit more home runs than not.
He okay.
How do
so
we
Rilla,
how do we know that?
Rilla, he batted over 300.
How do we know?
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Mark,
how about this? He hit more home runs.
Who said
than
come on,
most
Mark?
people who started a record
so we
label.
know.
Mark,
I'm sorry,
come
Trev,
on.
I don't mean
A home run is
considered. So
home
we
run is
know,
considered what
we
in the
know
music
every
industry.
single artist that inked their name on a Bad Boy contract. So we know how many flops and how many home runs he had.
Mark, come on, bro. Don't do
what
that.
we do know is that he's
Don't do
signed
that.
more successful.
Why should I not do
artists
that? You
than
just made an
most
absolute
people.
statement without the information.
Brother, come on now. Come on.
Every record label in America has
okay,
more
let me
flops than home
make it more
runs.
succinct.
What we
to
do
you.
know is
Let
they
me
ran
make it
the
more
rap industry
Bad
for
Boy was
nearly a
responsible
decade.
for selling over 500 million records.
Here's what we know of the acts that he signed, we know of, that he put out, that were visible, that had marketing dollars and budgets behind them. Those records that went at retail sale, he hit more home runs than not.
I agree that the majority of the artists that we saw, he did better than most. I agree with that. I don't disagree
He's
with
in the
that.
Hall of Fame.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Off-the-field antics,
But if we're talking the
rafters.
reality of the music business, first and foremost, Kenny, he doesn't even know he just read an antiquated definition of an A&R. There is no such thing as artist development anymore. That doesn't exist.
There really is no A&R
Wait,
anymore.
wait.
Right.
It's not antiquated. Okay, Mark, all due respect, it wasn't antiquated when he started. That was
I agree.
ignored.
And that's why I didn't bring up that point pertaining to Diddy. That's why I didn't mention him in it. I agree with you.
Did you just say
he developed those artists? But
not
it's
at the record
integrated
label,
for
not at
nowadays.
scale like that, Viz, is what he's saying.
Integrated
he
for
said,
he said
at the
nowadays.
major labels, like they expect you to come in with the development.
There's no such thing as artist development anymore. It went away in the late 2000s, maybe even the mid 2000s. That was a wrap for that.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can agree with that.
It was there. They just.
Hey, Will, does Freddie Gibbs have charisma?
No.
Freddie Gibbs ain't got charisma. Oh, you
damn! You asked me, and then you let me answer it.
I wanted to address Viz.
I would think Freddie Gibbs got charisma. The brother seemed real smooth. Now I don't know him personally. I've only seen a little bit of his work, but he's from GI, and you know what I'm saying. I'm a little biased because he is talented. So
no, I'm biased too because he came and got down with the unknowns over here.
So
see, y'all extremely biased.
Hold on. Look.
Biased, bro.
Think about this for a second, y'all. Think about this for a second.
Freddie Gibbs got charisma.
I think y'all don't understand what I mean when I say he failed with G-Dep and he failed with Black Rob. Because I think when people think artists go platinum, that means it's a success. After their freshman albums, what did they do?
Doesn't matter. Did the label recoup?
Listen to me. Listen.
No, listen to me, brother.
I heard you. I asked you a question. You told me my question don't matter. The label recouped. So I heard you. Listen, I'm not talking about Diddy. When you talk about his A&Ring, because you're talking about him as an A&R right now, right? You said stay on the one thing. Stay on the one thing. So if I develop an artist, they put out an album, and I have a well-oiled machine behind them to pump them.
Okay.
The album is going to sell off of their album or me pumping it. Which one is going to make it sell?
For them, it sold off a little bit of both. The label brand name and whatever song they had out.
Tell me a song off Black Rob's album outside of Whoa.
25 to what's the joint he had with Mace and the Locks when you first heard the Locks? And DMX.
Hold on. Look, Mark. You're gonna give me a song with two other people group that's pushing that song. Mace is
this is crazy. I mean, I didn't ask for it. You asked for it. It's a song on the album. You said name a song.
Listen to the point I'm making. Don't just listen to what you think I'm saying.
I'm not okay.
If I am an A&R
My job is to what? Develop the artist.
That's one.
Right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So if you put an album out, we put a lot of money behind it. We push the album because we put the money behind it is so we can make our money back, right? Now, after we push the album out, it sells. We recoup our money. We good. You as an artist, then do what? If I developed you, then you do what? Nothing.
So hold on, Will. To be
What
fair,
does that have to
You
do with
do
Sean
nothing?
Combs' talent?
I don't know what that means.
Y'all not listening. If I'm an A&R and I develop
What does that have
talent,
to do with Sean Combs' talent?
I hear your point. Your point should be that after he develops them, they should be able to take that talent, carry it on, and continue to be successful.
exactly.
Marcus,
That's not true.
So
Marcus.
however, there's timing that goes into being an artist,
Sure.
and you could be as produced of a product as you want. If the market is not susceptible to your specific style, then it will not be a success globally or internationally or locally.
So do we blame the artist?
and
Do
you
we
have to
blame the
make a-
artist or do we blame the A&R? Who do we blame?
You
The
have to,
label.
in
It's usually the
the
label.
case of Black Rob, you have to blame the artist because you have to make room for personal allowances and errors. Black
Drug
Rob
use,
had
yeah.
addictions and
Yeah.
other things that he was going through that
Right.
he could not function properly.
Well,
You understand?
He functioned properly enough to
but
make the first
in,
project.
listen to me. In the business world, Black Rob is a success. He sold over 1 million copies. The label recouped their money. They did not lose. They weren't in the red. That is a success by the metric of a record label.
Okay, now watch this. How much money did Black Rob make off of that?
Doesn't matter. The
It doesn't
label
matter.
doesn't
We're talking about the label.
Doesn't matter.
It
That
doesn't
nothing to do
matter.
with what we talking
We're
about.
talking about Puffy. It
Gentlemen,
doesn't
listen.
matter.
Right, I know, but listen to me.
Hey,
If
Rilla,
I
he could have got He could have got $20 and two
listen to
Newports.
what I'm saying.
Two
When y'all
Newports is
listening,
crazy.
y'all not listening, and here's the problem. See, look, Mace, you didn't have to A&R Mace.
What?
You didn't.
What do you mean?
I said what I said.
Bugging.
You didn't have to A&R Mace.
So
You didn't have to
bugging.
A&R Biggie.
Wait.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Will. Let me
developed
ask you
both
this.
of those artists.
Wait. Hold on,
Yeah.
Mark. Let me ask you this. So, Will, what type of rapper was Mace before he got signed to Bad Boy?
I don't know.
Where did the name Murder Mace come from?
Murder Mace, street
Murder
rapping,
Mace.
killing,
What
drugs,
is that?
all that.
Okay, so look,
Now, what do
you
we
asked
know
me a
him for?
question. You asked me a question and I answered it.
Okay, yes, sir.
So I'm gonna ask you
He
a
said,
question.
I don't know, but
I'm
I'm
gonna ask you
speaking
a question.
hyperbolically.
What type of artist was Biggie before he signed to Bad Boy?
Kind of like a battle rapper, street rapper.
So-
He's a battle
so-
rapper.
So did Biggie create? I mean, did Puffy create what Biggie was?
Yes.
He refined
Yes, he
it.
did. He fully manufactured Biggie's
Yes.
whole image. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yes, and his sound and
Yeah, Big
style.
didn't
Yes.
even want to do the R&B records. He didn't
It
want
ain't
to
about
wanna
it.
do it.
It's not
That's
about
when
the
he brought in
listen.
Stevie J,
It's not
Derek
about the
Angelak.
R&B records. Big was talented, and
Okay.
Big was going to be a success no matter what.
No,
he
No,
wasn't.
no,
No,
that's
not
no
incorrect.
matter
he
what.
That's
wasn't.
incorrect.
No matter
Wasn't.
what.
That's
Not
incorrect.
without Puff.
Gentlemen,
That's a
No,
goddamn
no
lie.
matter
You
what.
know,
That's
without Puff.
crazy.
Not without
that
Puff.
is a
So
damn
no
lie.
matter what, you
Hey,
know
problem
Will,
you're
is-
bugging.
Will,
the
you
problem
getting
is-
mollywop right
problem
now.
is y'all
Hey,
not-
you need to clip
Hey,
that part. Yes, that's a goddamn lie.
hey,
This a
gentlemen,
pack out. This a pack out, Will.
Yeah, bro, we gotta roll him out this pod, gang.
if
You
y'all
gotta-
let me finish, if y'all let me
Hey,
finish
Mark,
my
Mark,
point,
go
then
ahead.
y'all
Hey, you
can
told that
agree or
nigga pick up
disagree.
his mat and roll out.
Yeah,
Hey,
roll out, gang. Bro, send the signal, gang. Get the shank. Really, get the
So-
shank, man.
So you telling me? So think about this. Think about this. Big's talent was up here. Every artist going to come into the game and they're going to have an idea of what they want to do. But when they sign to a label, the label's going to say, well, you also going to do this, or you only going to do this. You as an artist don't have a free for all to do and whatever you want to do when you sign to someone else's label. You don't get to put out the music you want to put out. You put out the music they tell you to put out.
Okay.
So don't think
So
don't
that
think
goes
for 1
back to
second.
Sean
If this
Combs
my
making the
job,
right
if this
decision.
my job to A&R you, I'm already signing you because you're talented. I'm not signing you because you ain't talented, or I at least think I can make money on you. So I already
Not a
see
show.
that you can be something great. I already see a future with you. I don't see one album. You think Puffy is signing people seeing one album in them?
For
We don't
that
sign them to a
time,
one album deal, do we?
That's actually not entirely true.
right. I'm trying to think.
That's
of that
where the
time.
They did it
idea
back in the-
of That's where the idea of the
What is that,
Undertaker is
Sinners?
crazy.
Oh,
That's
Undertaker?
crazy.
Yo,
That's
you
the
wildin',
Undertaker?
Biz.
Hey,
You wildin'.
What is that?
That's the
That's
Undertaker.
Crazy.
that's
Oh.
hey,
Get
That's
right
the
back.
Undertaker
Sir,
gang.
I think you fail to realize he and I in the same line of work. I'm the pallbearer, sir.
No, yo ass buried right now, boy.
Nah,
You
see y'all. Well, if y'all, you know what the funny thing about it is, here's what I like to do, Marcus. If somebody's about to bury themselves, I just let them talk and I let them do the work for me. See, these brothers keep interrupting me. They won't let me finish my point.
Well, you don't know
So
what you're
it's
talking
funny
about.
how because you disagree with it, you interrupt it and be like, "Oh, you're wrong." But I
No,
just
it's
said
not you
again.
disagree. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let them get the whole point out. I get the whole point out so they can debate the point.
So Marcus, if you have a record label and you see somebody talented, are you signing them to one label, one record deal, or a multi-record deal?
A multi-record deal.
Because it don't hurt you to not put their other records. I'll do it.
If I can't recruit, it will. But yeah.
No. I'm saying if you sign them to a multi-level record deal, they have to commit those records to you, but you don't have to put their records out.
That's true.
So it does not hurt. It will hurt you to put out one record, do a one record deal, put the record out. The record is a smash, and they can leave you. You did all the catapulting, you did all the work to get them famous, and now they're a free agent. They can leave you and go wherever they want to go.
If you sign them to one deal. But so here's the other thing, Will. If the first
Wizzle, let them get it all out. Let them get it all.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, my bad.
So if the first album is a smash and the next one isn't debuting well, or they don't have the marketing spin behind you at that moment, you'll get shelved like most artists do. And that's not necessarily indicative of the artist or the A&R. That's more to do with timing and the
It's an algorithm. There's a lot of different variables, right?
Yeah.
Now, it is your job to develop them to be that platinum artist, and they don't make it the status. Whose fault is it?
It's equal parts on the
A&R
and the artist.
You scouted them. You signed them. You're dictating what music they put out. You're producing all the tracks for them. You're approving what songs go on the record, what songs don't. You decide what song is the single. Whose fault is it if you don't develop?
That will fall on the A&R.
Okay. So stop saying, as an artist, if you give me the free for all to do my project the way I want to do my project and it fails, then it's on me. But we cannot say this is on these artists when you dictate everything about their career. Let me ask you one other question, Marcus, to tie home. Marcus, I'll tie home with this. Playing sports. Everybody that UConn recruited was talented enough to get on the team and work hard enough, or whatever the case. They met the minimum threshold that UConn required for them to get on the team, right?
Top 15 in the nation.
So when you got on the team, did you have the free for all? Did the players have the free for all to perform on UConn? How they were able to perform on their high school team?
No.
Nope.
Because somebody, the coach, was dictating the position they played, the time they got in the game, how many shots they can take, what type of shots they can take, or is that a fallacy?
No, that's true.
So,
that's true.
Gentlemen, when players struggle in college, we cannot just look at the player and say, "Oh man!" And now there's clear times when players are not doing their end, but most of that is dictated by the coach.
I agree with that.
Same thing in music. When somebody is dictating your career, you cannot blame them. Now, some people are so uber talented, the Ben Gordons of the world, the Biggie Smalls of the world, that the A&R and the coach can't take the credit for their work and their talent. It's like, man, you can't take the credit for Ben Gordon's success. You can say you contributed to it, but you can't take the credit for it. Puffy can't take the credit for Biggie Small's success. He can say he contributed to it, but he can't take the credit for it.
Yes, he can.
They kind of do that with Phil Jackson, though.
Is that not the same thing?
They shouldn't be able to, but they do try and do
So y'all telling me what I said didn't land? That didn't make sense to y'all?
No, because here's why, specifically with Big, right? Yeah, so and I think it's maybe a couple things you're missing, right? Because again, Big was like a battle street rapper, right? Nobody's taking credit for his talent, right? But again, Puff with his ear, with his eye, right? Say, hey, we're going this route. Like Mark just said, he crafted Big's whole persona. Big wasn't the fly Don, the black and ugly as ever. You know, he wasn't that. Like Puff coached him into that. Puff coached him to do them R&B records. If it was up to Big, hold on one second. Hold on one second, because I'm just talking about Big.
None of them want to wear them.
I'm just talking about Big, right? If it was up to Big, he would, that record with him, Meth, and Premier, that album would have been full of that shit, right? Because the flip side of that is we could look at Craig Mack, who had the shit with Easy Mo B on production, and his joint was more straightforward hip hop, and that did not connect. That didn't resonate, right? So you have to give the same way you would pin the credit or the failure to Puff on the Craig Mack. I would concede that point. You'd also have to give him a credit with Big too. You don't take the talent from him.
Just off the strength of the image that Big had, and for him to have the success that he had, that says a lot on its own, because you can't be this big black ugly cross-eyed nigga and receive the achievements that you did in the short period of time that you was here. So you have to give some type of credit to Puff in order for Big to have become who he is.
Didn't I say we give Puff some credit? Just like I said, we give the coach some credit, but they can't say they are the ones responsible for you. These talented people.
Puff is responsible for Big's success.
Period.
Undoubtedly, bro.
Big was already rising. That's why
Big.
No,
No,
who was
it
Big
wasn't.
signed to?
Bro.
Wait,
Come
who
on,
was
man.
Big signed to before Bad Boy? Will
nobody.
Uptown.
All right.
But
no, he was signed to Uptown.
Well, I mean, like
when Puff left,
I don't know about
left
these
to
little
start
labels.
Bugged Bad Boy, Andre Harrell let him take Big because he didn't see nothing happening with Big, and Craig Mack, he took them with him.
Okay.
Start Bad Boy, right?
So somebody signed Big, so they saw talent in him, right?
Puff signed Big to
You said he was signed. Oh, he was signed to
Uptown.
Okay.
Uptown, where he was A&R and got fired, right?
Okay.
So the thing, so I'm asking you because you're saying Big was already rising, and I'm saying based on what? Because before then he only had the Party and Bullshit joint out on Who's the Man soundtrack.
You got to understand, artists have a local buzz before they get their national buzz.
Right.
Kanye had a local buzz. Eminem had a local buzz.
Let's walk that through.
50 Cent had a local buzz. These dudes don't just get signed by a record label just because they heard them rap one time.
Yep.
He did.
Again, back then, right. Thank you.
Actually, 50 Cent was signed to Jam Master Jay before
That's correct.
that.
That's
right.
correct.
And he was putting the work in on with mixtapes and other stuff. These dudes don't just go from
that was after Jam Master Jay.
No, Jam Master Jay is the one who taught 50 Cent the structure of writing a song. Exactly.
Rap.
Exactly.
He taught him how to make hit songs. 50 Cent didn't know how to put rap in song format.
Yeah, he also didn't know how to count bars. So he did teach him some aspects of rap.
Listen, gentlemen, I never said these people don't teach anything. I never said these people don't help, don't contribute. I say you can't give them the credit for these talented people. These people put the time and work in. They have the talent and they put the work in. So who y'all gonna give?
Nobody's taking the talent and the work from
you have to give them
credit.
But
see, I think y'all not listening.
Are you saying that we can't give them credit at all, or you just saying that?
No, he's saying they only get some credit. They get that much credit.
I use basketball as an analogy. Now watch this, Marcus. Do you give Jim Calhoun the credit for Ben Gordon?
Hell no, fuck Calhoun.
So Calhoun was the coach, right? Hold on. Yep. Did Calhoun not scout him?
See,
the assistant coach actually scouted him.
Right? No, but I'm saying, but
this is crazy,
right? He's doing Calhoun's business. That's his job. Go scout these players. Bring me the good players, and then Calhoun make the decision. The recruiter don't make the decision.
No, he'll make the
example. Okay, so
Jim Calhoun is the deciding factor as to whether or not Ben Gordon get a scholarship at UConn.
Yes.
Ben Gordon came to UConn as a freshman out of high school. He didn't go straight to the NBA. He came to UConn.
Yes.
Did Bill Calhoun develop Ben Gordon?
No.
So wait. So Ben Gordon had the talent, and he put in the work and got better with some assistance from his coaches.
From the assistant coaches, but he was already a talent that could have done it without.
This is what I'm saying.
So Ben Gordon could have went to Wake Forest, or Ben Gordon could have went to Georgia Tech.
Yes.
Ben Gordon could have went to
Jackson
State. He could have went to Jackson State.
At that time, maybe not Jackson State, but all them other schools, yes.
No, he could have went to Jackson State too. He could have went anywhere in America to any college program in America. As long as he kept his work ethic and his focus, he would have made it to the NBA.
Hey, Marcus, hold on, Marcus. There was a guy I want to say he's from Chicago, and they expected him to be one of the best basketball players in the country, but I think he got shot or something like that.
Benji. Yeah.
Right. So what happened in that situation?
You said he got shot. That's what happened. He died.
I'm saying, but if he couldn't have done that beforehand, like he wouldn't have achieved that level of success before that.
No, who developed Derrick Rose?
I think I see where he's going with that.
D Rose came out of Beasley camp.
Right? Who developed him?
I don't know the coach that developed him.
D Rose developed D Rose.
No, I would say this: his brothers was on his head top.
They helped him. They didn't develop him.
This is crazy.
He right. Will right about that.
Hey, Rilla, I want to show you how
Wizzle. Wait, hold on, Wizzle. I'm not taking D Rose talent from him. I'm not taking his talent. The brother is talented.
No. It's using
y'all. How you go blame me for the goalpost of basketball?
I'm blaming Will for this one. Wait, where he at down here somewhere? I'm blaming Will.
I'm tying
that's saying his brothers helped, but they didn't develop him. So D Rose on his own developed himself without any guidance from anybody else. That's
just
crazy,
because
you ain't tying nothing for me, man. All you doing is getting caught with the music stuff capping, and then you don't move on basketball. That's what happened. And you up here with obviously me and Rilla and maybe some other people know something about music.
So
who
got
caught capping?
So who A&R Eminem?
You talking
why
about
does
who
it matter?
Eminem?
We can't get over the Sean Combs thing.
Who A&R Eminem?
Wait, on which album?
The question is who cares and what's the point? That's the question.
Well, I'm gonna make the point. So you gonna answer the question or you gonna bow out?
What's the point?
I asked a question. What do you mean?
What is the point? What's the point?
You either
bowed out of Sean Combs because he was getting
or you're not
gonna
answer the question.
Damn.
What's the point, bro?
You either gonna answer the question or you not.
Yeah, I love the music convo. So I don't know why we start talking about basketball. That's why I was confused. Like
I can't remember who A&R Marshall. I don't remember.
Why can't y'all answer my question, music heads?
I don't remember who A&R.
I don't
remember.
Paul Rosenberg.
I was about to say Rosenberg, but I don't know for sure.
His
A&R.
Okay, so Marcus, you know what's funny about this A&R statement? I remember every artist talking about how they shop their demos everywhere trying to get signed.
Okay.
Right? It ain't like these A&Rs are just out here scouting talent and it's just like, oh, you're so great. Let me develop you. You got all these people with a dream to be an artist. They put together their demos. Their demos are not all polished. It makes sense that it's not all polished. They're not recording in professional studios. They don't have the right production. They don't have the right mixing and mastering. So it's not going to sound great. But they put together a demo enough for you to see the talent. And when you see that talent, you're like, oh, let me help them cultivate that talent. Not let me create them. These A&Rs aren't creating these talented people. You think Jay-Z made Rihanna?
They are creating them, bro. If you're influencing a person,
Jay-Z wasn't. Well, hold on, wait a second. Jay-Z didn't A&R Rihanna. Bow out. Hold on. Respectfully, Will, you kind of out of your depth on this one.
Who A&R Rihanna?
That was Shakir Stewart, Tricky and them.
Okay, when did they A&R her?
On the first album. How you think Dream got placement on Umbrella?
Okay, so listen to me.
So you think Rihanna walks in the Def Jam offices, and because she was a pretty little girl from Barbados, they said, "Let me give you a deal."
No, I don't think she's pretty. So no, I'm definitely not taking that angle.
Okay.
I said she was already
Like, this shit crazy.
she was already uber
Cone.
talented, is what I'm saying. You take a uber talented person.
Biggie.
Wait,
Yo,
wait.
you
So you
bugging,
saying
G.
Rihanna is uber talented?
Yes.
That's
No,
crazy.
she's
That's
not.
crazy work, and especially back
Rihanna is
then.
not uber talented, bro.
No, not when she was when
You
she first
reach-
came
that-
out. Not
that's
at all.
That's a
crazy.
hell of a
I'm just
reach.
trying to
She
figure
is
out.
uber talented now because she's developed into
not
having a
uber
skill set.
talented.
But back then, no,
That's
Right,
she had talent, but she was not uber talented.
She was A&R.
Oh, y'all telling me they could have took anybody and made them a Rihanna?
No, and it's the thing, right?
Anybody.
It's not even about that. Like, if they could take anybody, then they would take anybody, man. And sometimes right now they do.
They do
Take random
nowadays.
people and
been doing it.
Manufacture
Trinidad
talent. Right.
James.
Look at Vanilla Ice.
Cut that
Look
out,
at
man.
Vanilla Ice, bro.
Roll all in
Look
my
at
mouth.
Vanilla Ice and Trinidad James.
No,
Hey,
you
man.
can't even use Trinidad James.
I
I can use Vanilla Ice though.
He only had one
Ice,
song on that
baby.
entire album, and the rest of that shit
Yeah,
was trash.
no, he's still breaking out. But I want to get back to
Go Ninja,
He got 2 million. He got 2 million.
Wait,
out of
wait.
it.
Let's
So
get
I
back
want to
to
get.
Biggie. Let's get
Yeah.
back to the producers.
I'm talking about talentless
Keith
Puff,
Thompson,
man.
DJ Premier,
Fam said who
North
A&R
Finesse,
Rihanna?
Eric
Lord
Angelette.
Jesus.
Puff is
Stevie
not
J.
talented musically, bro. Sorry. You put him in front of it.
Wait, go ahead. Let me hear this.
Listen,
Wait,
if you
you put him in
take
front of what?
Puff and put him over here and leave him by himself for 3 hours, and you come back, he's gonna have nothing.
Mark.
So he's not a producer.
You need him to be in the room with me
He's a producer.
in order to produce to
Wait,
have
I mean,
anything
yeah,
come
he's
to
not a beat
fruition.
maker. My bad. He's not
He's
a
not a
he's not a
beat
beat
maker,
maker
but he
or
has
a
an
musician.
ear.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because the difference is obviously you have to be, if you're going to be a producer, he's more of an arranger. He's more of a person that has a meeting of the minds and says, "Hey, I want you to do this. I want you to do that." That is music production, but it's more arranging than anything.
Okay.
If without the talent to execute what's up here,
So that's
he'll
not a
never
talent.
have a hit. He'll never have a song.
not a
I
talent.
disagree. I disagree with you on that one
that's-
because
Mark, it's a
let me
talent
ask
to
you
be
for the
able
record.
to hear something
Agreed.
and you be like, that's it.
He can't.
That's
He
it.
can't tell you. He can't be like, "Yo, go over to the keyboard and I want you to give me a chord in A minor." And then
he's
no.
No,
What
he can't
he's
do
gonna
that.
tell
But Mark,
you? Why you think he was sampling? Why you think he was sampling? Why you
Mark,
think he was taking old records and saying, "I want you to sample this record"? Because he has no musical.
No,
talent.
he was doing that because he was melding hip hop and R&B at the same time. Yeah,
Bro,
but he was
I understand that, bro.
He was
Understand.
melding hip hop and R&B that was the trend. Like hip hop was sampling, Premier, Pete Rock, all them guys was sampling back then. So he was meshing the two. That's why that's where the samples came from.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But the point being, he could, if there was no samples, there would be no music coming from Diddy, dog.
That's
period.
not true.
That's not true, bro.
Okay.
If you
All right,
just
no problem.
said he's an arranger, it's more probable for an arranger to become famous or success're compared to somebody that knows how to play music on a keyboard.
Beat maker, yeah.
You're being unrealistic in
How?
a realistic
How?
because again, there
No,
are
no,
millions. There's
is-
millions
Pharrell,
of people.
Timberland,
There's
Kanye.
there's millions of producers.
Beat makers who became producers.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. That's correct.
Okay.
So it's not more probable.
It
What's
is
probable
more
is
probable.
that Diddy had a business mind and he said these things will work in the music business and I want to try and attempt this, and it happened to work for him. That's what happened.
Right, and that's where the success comes from.
I
Compared
agree
to
with
somebody
you,
just making
but-
beats.
But the
You can
talent,
you can make
but
beats all
he's
day and
not,
nobody hears
he's
the
not
shit.
musically talented. Don't mistake
That's not
somebody
true.
being
Will,
able to
he
hear
back on your
something and
side now, Will.
Not
Bro,
true.
how-
Mark is talking.
No,
was
I
in
don't care
studios
about
with
that.
him.
We talking about music. Ain't no silent.
Yeah,
Get
yeah,
out
yeah.
of here. You heard?
No,
How
yeah,
can you
Mark,
be?
let me tell you
You
something.
heard?
Like when he bring in Rozelle in the
We
studio,
talk
and
about
he go,
music.
Oh, Rozelle, yeah.
Yeah, anybody could listen
And
to
then,
something.
and then,
Your grandma who
engineer
couldn't
and the
sing a
musician
lick
put that
could listen
down,
to a
and he
song and
says,
say,
"Drop
"Ooh, that
that,"
sounds
and then
good."
rap on that.
Right.
That's
You know
the
what I'm saying?
talent.
Like, I don't know which one of us is getting the right from Rilla. I don't know where we at right now
What
because both
KP
of us
was
was
saying,
talking.
he
My
was talking
apologies.
about what Rozelle. He said Rozelle go in the studio with the Roots, and you know he'll do the beat. Like he might not be able to get on the keys with James Poyser or get on the drums with Quest or get on the the trombone or the tuba or whatever, right?
That's actually
but you got plenty of cats that come in the studio
But
and say,
they're gonna
"Oh,
mimic
hit
that
with
sound, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah,
and do
that's
the
it."
right,
Yeah.
right."
Questlove.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a better producer than
No, he's a drummer.
No, he's a producer.
But he makes beats, bro. What are you talking about?
No,
What beats did he make? I'm not familiar with no beats he made. I just know him as a drummer.
That's the
what
point.
beats did he make?
Like
That's
a lot of
the point,
he
bro.
produced a lot of
He's a legend, but I just know him as a drummer.
He
for the
Roots records. Yeah, especially the early Roots stuff. Do You Want More, Organics, like those two albums. He
might be a little
of
before my time, gang. I ain't even
Yeah. But listen, back to the Puff thing though, right? Because you're
back to
saying
Puff.
because he can't physically play the instrument. I want to use Quincy Jones so bad, but it's not fair because Quincy Jones wrote and read music.
That's correct. He did straight up melodic dictation for each and every section. Because he
had who was right? Rod Temperton was writing, right?
Oh, you went there. Damn.
Yeah, Rod Temperton, and I forget who was like doing the.
He did work with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis.
Yeah, but they actually musicians.
Like it's almost like an insult. Like you got a person like Kanye or Timbaland or Pharrell who understand music theory and understand beat making and understand composition, and then you say Puffy is in the same vein with these people. This is crazy.
You just did, but you discredited him. For having the ability. There are other people
ability?
I would put Puffy
He has
in the same
ear.
category.
He has an ear. I'm not taking that away from Puff. He could hear something and say, "This sounds good."
That's a talent.
He could hear something and say, "This sounds good."
Or this is a hit. That's a big difference.
Or he can identify a hit. I agree, but do I trust Puffy to go into a room with equipment and come out with a fully made beat or come out with a song?
Do you trust Puffy to go into a room?
Yo, chill.
I don't. Yo, you know what?
Chill, Wizzle.
That's crazy work.
That's like
at this point we can't trust that man with nothing, man.
Y'all need to stop, man. Y'all
let's use
turning
the
on
same
Puff like
thing.
that.
Let's use. So you're making comparatives. That's like I'm saying Rozelle, but then you bring in Bobby McFerrin. If you know who Bobby McFerrin is, compared to Rozelle.
Yeah, but Rozelle actually has a talent to where no Diddy, his mouth is actually like an instrument.
Okay,
he
so
can,
I guess
he
you
can
don't
use.
know
There's no way.
Yo.
There's no other way to say that. There's no other way to say it. Stop putting no Diddy on there.
Mark is right. Rozelle is like a ventriloquist.
He has the ability to articulate music with his vocal cords. Like,
okay, so you know Bobby McFerrin?
I'm so sorry. Say that again.
Bobby McFerrin.
You know who Bobby McFerrin is?
I'm not familiar. No, it might be a little before my time.
Damn. How old are you?
39.
That shouldn't be that much before your time. Don't worry, be happy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I might have not known the name of the artist. Okay, yeah, of course I'm familiar then. Yes.
He has a tune When You Get the Chance, Sweet in the Morning. Or you can pull up him doing Ave Maria.
Okay.
And his harmonics. The whole different ballgame.
Right. Yeah. Another talent. You know what I'm saying? But like Diddy had no musical ability is what I'm trying to stress.
That's not true. If you have
he had no musical ability.
Okay. That's crazy.
What instrumentation did he ever contribute to a record?
Play an instrument to have musical
anything. What beat did he press? Like what did he do?
No, he probably did some claps or something.
Him rapping,
he did a clap. I'll give him a hi-hat or something like that, like on the low. You know what I'm saying? But
Mark, is the singer who sings somebody else's lyrics? Do they have a musical talent because they sing someone else's
Yes.
lyrics?
Yes.
Yes, they
Yes.
do because they sing.
Yes.
Yes,
Singing
yes,
is the talent.
yes.
It might
Well,
not
he
be
did.
as
He did. He did
The
a lot
voice
of
is
that.
the talent.
that's
Yes.
the point. That's the point.
Well,
That
I'll
he-
give
that
you.
he-
I'll
that
give you
Wisdom
one of the
was
biggest
making.
songs ever. "I Will Always Love You." Dolly Parton originally sung it. Whitney Houston came and blew it out the water.
I agree with you. Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, like if he was so talented, why he didn't write his own raps? He literally couldn't do anything.
Oh,
No, he
I
had
really
Did he?
get into the
Mace
argument.
wrote for him. A
Yeah,
couple
50
other
Cent
people
wrote for him. Loon wrote for him.
Okay,
Locks
but
wrote
that's
for
not.
him.
he never
Wait,
Everybody
does
wrote
that
for him.
But
diminish?
he never claimed to be a
Does
rapper
that
though.
diminish his talent because he had
Right.
writers?
What talent, bro?
Bro, in order for him to even be able to do that,
He
to
was
be able
famous,
to take,
so Viz gonna say he had charisma and a talent.
hey man, watch out.
Chill,
Hey,
Will.
watch out, Will.
He told
Hey,
you to move around, bro.
even for Puffy to be able to take someone else's lyrics and to deliver it the way that he did takes some form of talent. I always, and when people say this, I always bring up Gilly the Kid and Lil Wayne. The fact that Gilly the Kid supposedly wrote for Wayne for so long and his career could never take off says a lot on his own.
Hey,
So,
Major Figures was a big deal.
writing-
Major Figures was a big deal. Stop
It was a
that.
If you're
thing. It was a thing.
writing,
There's a thing in
that's
the
out of
industry.
talent.
There's a thing in the industry called being
Stop
being
it, man.
blackballed. There's a thing in the industry called being
Get the
blackballed.
fuck out of here, bro.
Okay,
So
Viz.
you
Gilly the
Viz,
Kid,
he's
you saying Gilly the Kid got blackballed to the extent of where he could never achieve the success that Lil Wayne did.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe
believe
that
that.
100%.
Hell no, man.
If
no.
Gilly would have came out 15
I like
years
that
later,
though, Will.
listen, if Gilly would have came out 15 years later, the industry couldn't stop him.
Hell
But
no.
because he came out the time he came out, you needed labels.
Hell no, bro.
You don't need labels
100%.
now.
He literally was getting blackballed.
Hell to the no,
Yo,
bro.
are you familiar with Gilly's music?
Yes.
Yes.
What's name one song?
What was I can't even remember that one.
Exactly my point. Stop
And that's
the cap.
that's the point.
Hey, you
That's
know
the
that
point.
one song.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark,
His shit
that
is
song he was rapping on. You know
That one song he rapped back
That
in
one
the
he was rapping on.
one of them days.
He said, yo. You remember that one? He was like, yo. He was like,
Stop
yo,
it,
yo.
man. Gilly was extremely talented, and all
He
his
was
music
talented.
was fire.
I heard him rap at
Extremely
Ruckus.
talented.
Yeah, he was
Fire
nice.
is a reach. Fire
He
is
just
a
got
reach.
on
Bruh,
bad
this
labels
guy-
and politics held
man.
him back.
Yes,
Wait,
I agree.
let me look up that one song that he
MOP
had.
No.
got blackballed
Hey, yo,
too.
Viz,
I don't know
Gilly
who
was
they
nice.
pissed off,
He was nice.
but they pissed off somebody.
MOP was extremely fire.
Really nice.
MOP
Extremely
Who was they
fire.
signed to? Loud Records?
They was
No.
signed to 50 Cent.
They were signed to G Unit.
I
They
think
had a
No, I'm
nice
talking about
run
before
though.
then. They were signed to Loud.
They were
Hey,
signed to like
uh,
5
back in the
different
day.
people.
50
Hey,
Cent just
Gilly-
started signing anybody.
They were
Gilly
signed
the
to
Kid,
everybody.
get down on the ground.
Yes, that
Well,
was
that-
a fire record.
Well, that
Crazy
shit was
record.
not fire, bro.
Man, you wildin', bruh. This guy,
It
man.
was not fire.
Get this
bro.
guy
Come
out of
on,
here, man.
That
This guy,
shit was
wait.
not fire, bro.
I don't know where it's heading next, man. What's next, Viz? Where you gonna throw the goalpost
Hey,
next?
next we talking about that smoke show that's happening on Monday, JR,
Right.
man. We,
the
8
gun
o'clock
show in Tallahassee on Wednesday.
Monday.
Man,
Get these
y'all,
losers. Get all them losers. Let all those losers know. Send them a telegram or something. Let all them losers know to
Damn.
show up Monday at 8 p.m. Bring your C game because you ain't got no damn A game.
Damn.
Gilly, get down on the ground was not fire.
Yeah, get
You're
your muted.
bugging. Get down on the ground was crazy. You're bugging.
Shout out.
You're
Hey,
JR, you
bugging.
still on mute.
That's
Oh,
that.
no.
That's that New York shit, man.
Let a
Stop it,
motherfucker
man.
make
I'm
you
not from
swear.
New York, bro. I am not
Hey,
from New York, bro.
Hold up
And
for that
Gilly is from
$20
Philly.
super chat, man. Shout out to D-Rob for the
Hey,
$20
same
super chat.
thing, man. That,
Let
that
a
damn East
motherfucker
Coast
make his
shit, man.
point.
Fuck
This
outta
guy here, man.
Chaka Carter, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Bruiser, where your ass at? Thank you for the $1.99. Dude, Diddy got
Bruiser,
charisma.
what up, man?
Yes.
Dory G, thank you for the $2, man. We appreciate it. Shout out to Darwin with that Riz and charisma. Okay, Paul.
Darwin ain't got no damn Riz or charisma.
Shout out to Bruiser again with the $1.99. That's what I'm talking about. Let me get that military money, fam. Jeffrey.
Hey, this Gilly song is hard.
Jeffrey
try to tell
Derma.
you.
down on the ground.
Wait, Jeffrey who? Jeffrey Derma had Riz debate me?
Oh
Jeffrey
man,
Dahmer.
I keep saying Dahmer.
Damn.
Okay, Bruiser.
Well, he
Thank
was
you for the
getting them back to the
199.
crib.
Who got more Riz, Malcolm X or MLK? We not taking that question.
MLK,
Sir.
he was fucking them all.
Bruiser with the 499. If Austin Powers was a real person, he would be the GOAT of Riz, not over
Pootie
James
Tang
Bond.
would be the
Paul.
GOAT.
Hootie Tang
Pootie
is
Tang
crazy.
definitely would be.
Yeah, Hootie Tang is crazy work.
Dr. Carter, thank you for the $5
Right
super.
beside your titty on the ready. It's on the ready tag.
Sarate.
Yo, Dub Will, appreciate that $4.99, that consistent report, my brother. Puff does the same thing in music that a director does in film. He has the vision to bring all the different elements together to make a project work.
And he wouldn't have a movie with no actors. I agree.
That's a fact. I agree.
That's fair. But that doesn't take away from his talent, though.
I believe. I agree. If we're gonna attribute a talent to Diddy, it has to be having the big picture and being a visionary. But in my opinion, it doesn't go beyond that.
Y'all done kick JR out of here?
JR left out, man. What's up with JR, man?
Mean mofos.
I got JR want me to promote that smoke show. So tell all them losers. Everybody spread the word.
Oh, you got a smoke show coming?
Yeah, you back.
Yeah, if you a
JR.
damn loser, show up. I'm calling out all losers. And if you disagree with my perspective, you a damn loser too.
Oh man.
I'm taking
That's
you to
crazy.
that Ellison graveyard, that shadowy place. You know. I got a couple bodies over there right now just rotting away.
Oh, well, you don't know what you're
Talking
getting yourself up to.
And you know what? We got unlimited storage. Taking all takers.
Unlimited storage is crazy.
Unlimited storage. We putting bodies on top of bodies.
Taking on takers is definitely
taking on takers.
Taking on takers is crazy.
Just don't move the goal.
Hey yo, I'm waiting on
Don't
Viz.
move the headstone.
Hey,
Don't move the headstones.
yeah, smoke shows on Monday. Smoke shows on Monday. Make sure y'all tap in. If you got any smoke for Will, show up on
I
camera.
gotta watch this. What
We know
time?
it's gonna be one, maybe two people show up at max. Niggas ain't
What
gonna show
time?
up to that.
Hey, Will.
8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m.
Hey, Will, I'm gonna bring all black for you, man. I'm bringing
Hey, man,
all black
listen.
for you.
Bring some flowers for these niggas.
Hey, the bell is crazy, gang.
Yeah, what you don't bring nothing for me.
Yo, Will, if you got like a banner, send me a copy.
A
I'll put
what?
it on my story.
Oh no,
Like
I
a
don't
banner
got no,
for
I
it.
need to create. I meant to
Make one
create
up.
one. I got to create one.
Make one up. I'll put it
Yeah.
on my my stories and
All
shit.
right, for sure.
That's gonna be crazy.
Hey, and the thing about it is, it's like it don't got to be no beef though. It's just about people who disagree with whatever I say. They disagree with my tone.
No, keep that
disagree
same
with-
energy. Bring the beef, bring that smoke, bring the heat.
Bring the coffin, bring the
Listen,
flowers.
listen.
All that shit.
Oh
I'm
yeah, you was
ducking.
talking about coffins and flowers, and this said it ain't no
Yeah,
beef.
keep talking
No,
that
listen,
big.
that's beef.
Keep talking that
Y'all
big
still not
GI
letting me
shit.
finish. Y'all still not letting me finish.
Yeah, keep talking
I'm
that big
ducking.
GI shit.
I'm ducking absolutely no smoke. None at all.
That's the rap.
I even said this. Let me tell you how bad it is, bro. I said, JR, let's promote this thing give people about 2 good weeks so they can dig up whatever dirt on me they want to dig up. You can go as low as you want to go. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what they want to talk about. But you better be on camera. After you make your point, you better stick around for me to make mine. And I don't even know these niggas. So I'm gonna have 30 seconds worth of information on them. They got all the time in the world to get information on me.
What made you decide to do a smoke show?
Because there's a bunch of hoe ass niggas in the US of A. They love to run their mouth in the comment section. They love to get on this panel and just talk about bullshit that they can't tie 2 points together. When I'm making my points, they may not like it. Like, where you going with this? Nigga, just answer the question. You'll see what I'm going with.
You got your ass cooked.
He said it's a whole stud apocalypse.
Hey, listen.
Hey, Will want that 20 verse 1.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me
Right.
tell you something, Viz. Let me tell you the difference between me getting cooked when I cook people.
See, when I cook people, I let them talk. I let them get out everything they want to say. I'll even ask them, do you have any more? And then I go. See, people want to cut me off mid-sentence. They want to cut me off halfway through my thought. When I ask you, where you going with this? Nigga, be patient like I was patient.
Mark, he's subbing you. You see that?
Him and that bullshit. Him and that bullshit ass bullshit.
Listen, man, if he taking shots, I don't feel the bullets. You understand me? None of it hurts. I don't understand. I don't feel nothing.
Shots? Hey, Mark, when do I take subliminal shots?
I don't know. Put a headshot on it though, and I still won't feel it.
Hey, I ain't never. I think I've called people out by name multiple times on this show.
No, you didn't. The whole ass.
Hey, let me tell y'all something real quick.
Yeah, dog.
Let me tell y'all. Let me tell y'all a little something real quick.
He been in the tuck all night.
I made a promise to everybody on King Talk as the King Talk pallbearer. I cannot break my promise. I said there's certain niggas that will never get my attention.
Is that the pallbearer right there?
And they be fighting for my attention, boy. They be talking to me. They be throwing darts.
Is that nigga coming out the turnbuckle?
I know he home. Why won't he answer? I know he home. Why won't he answer?
Hey yo, Mark, you know my nigga Nestle?
Yeah, ask him if he know Blackheart Adonis, man. He know me. Text Nestle right now. Blackheart Adonis. One word. BLACKHEARTADONIS, man.
Yeah, ask him who won that
Jason.
Man, I'm white, man. Get out of here before I cook your boots, man. What's wrong with you, man? Don't get flamed.
What damn backwoods country slang is that?
Cook your boots.
I've never heard that before.
Cook your boots, smoke your boots, whatever you want to call it.
That's some Philly shit. That's that Gilly the Kid shit.
Yo, get out of here, Viz, man.
That's $1 million worth
that Vizzy the Kid. Vizzy the Kid moved the goalpost.
That's Gilly the Kid.
Take the goalpost and throw it on the ground. Throw it on the ground.
Next he gonna be saying pants on the ground.
Look at you taking it too far, dog. Like, see, you got the mind of a diddler, and I gotta watch
you. You don't remember the American Idol song "Pants on the Ground"?
Damn.
Yeah, man, but that's crazy work. Yeah, I'm never telling no dude put his pants on the ground. That's crazy,
I'm not
man.
A diddler. I'm a pallbearer, okay?
The diddler is out, man. This is crazy. Reincarnated right here on Lapeef Network. This is crazy.
No, I'm a pallbearer, sir.
Man.
All right, y'all hit that like button. Also, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel.